Just realised I can also hear myself, which is not ideal. Okay, that's sorted. Hello everyone. Happy Sunday. I hope you're all doing well and having a good weekend so far. I hope you can hear me okay. Yeah, it looks alright. Music looks okay. So today, the plan is I am going to be making homemade tacos, which I have never made before. I bought cornmeal. Cornmeal? Yeah. Like the more coarse stuff. Yeah. So that's it, cornmeal or corn flour? No, cornmeal. So I brought this to make cornbread last week sometime. I've got quite a lot of it left, so although I'm going to make more cornbread, I thought it'd be interesting to try and make some tacos. Some people said that ideally you would use the properly ground stuff, the stuff that's like flour. This is slightly coarser. I think it'll be okay. I found a couple of recipes that use the cornmeal, so I'm just going to use one of them and see what happens. Hopefully it'll work. And with that, we're going to use... Happy Sunday, Elaine. Yes, all good. Good. I am glad to hear it. I feel like I'm finally getting all the audio and everything and under control. Yeah. So with the tacos, the plan is to make... Stick this on so I can show you. Down a wee bit. Jackfruit. So it's something I've had once, twice maybe. It has tended to be barbecue jackfruit and I think it works quite well. The texture is similar to pulled pork. It's definitely not the same, but it's similar. And if you shred it up, it works quite well, and then you only really taste the barbecue anyway, so I think it's quite a nice alternative. For a while you could get these in our supermarkets. They would do like little pouches of just jackfruit in different sauce. I think there was one and it was like Thai green curry, which I find that sounded a bit strange. That wasn't really up my street. But the barbecue one's nice. So I'm going to give that a go today and do a couple of kind of salady bits for it as well. So yeah, should be interesting. How is everyone's weekend going anyway? Is everyone having a good weekend? Oh, gonna hydrate before we start. So I found a recipe for these. I'll put the recipe up on my Discord so that if it works and you fancy trying it out, you can use the recipe. It's a pretty easy recipe. There's only 5 ingredients. So flour, cornmeal, oil, hot water and salt. So that seems fairly straightforward, and I have all of those things, so that's good. But I think what I'll start with is marinating the jackfruit. And again, I've tried jackfruit before. I've never actually made it before, so this will be a bit of an adventure. So I think the first thing I'll do is get the camera set up in the right place. And then I've just to drain this off, and then we'll give it a bit of a wash. So that's, can you see that? That's what it looks. It looks a little bit like cat food. It smells a bit like fruity artichokes, which seems a bit strange. But yeah, so that's what it looks like in the can, and it comes in this, I think it's just water, yeah. It's just in water, so I'm just going to drain this really quickly first. And give it, apparently you're supposed to give it a bit of a wash almost. So let's do that. And yet again, I've packed my dishwasher so full of dishes that it's not washed them properly. So that was a bit of a waste of time. That's better. Right. So it definitely does look a bit unusual. I would say it's possibly, I actually read that this morning as well, that it is quite similar to artichoke in like the kind of texture and possibly the taste actually. But I'm intrigued to see how it is when I prepare it myself, because as I said, I have had it once or twice before, but already prepared. So that's what it looks like now. It does definitely look a bit strange. I don't know if I'm supposed to take these bits out, but I think that's maybe where there's seeds or something in it, because it looks like those bits are a bit harder. So I might just take them out anyway, just to be on the safe side. Popcorn, happy Sunday. How are you? Are you having a good weekend? It's nice that you can make it. I feel like the Sunday morning, well, afternoon I suppose, works quite well for you. It's quite nice to see, depending on what time I stream, the different people that can come depending on where they are. Right, so I think what I'm going to do is, you're just waking up. So what time is it there then? This is what, 2:15 here. Right, I'm just going to inspect these a little bit. 9:58. Right, we'll let you off then. That's still early for a Sunday, so you're okay. I thought you were going to say it's like 11 o'clock or something. I'm good, thank you. Just having a very slow Sunday, which is quite nice. Sometimes you need a slow Sunday. So I'm just taking out I'm not sure what these bits are. Can you see? I've taken a couple of bits out, but they almost look like they had seeds or something in them. So I'm getting rid of them. Fruit pods, that's what I'm wondering. Because there's oh, that looks a bit more like, yeah, look. So I don't know if you can see that with the light. See that little pod thing? That obviously sits. Thank you, Popcorn. Did you just Google that? That's weird. Because, okay, thank you, I appreciate that very much. Because I'm going to shred it, but I'm wondering, can I shred these? Because I found like a proper seed. The most commonly consumed part of jackfruit is the flesh or fruit pods, which are edible both when ripe and unripe. The seeds are also safe to eat, because there's like a full-on seed, and I'm not going to be able to shred that. I wonder if I can cut it. But that's good to know. Thank you for that, Popcorn. It's handy when someone been able to Google it than me having to do it. I'm going to leave it to the side at the moment, and I'll see if I find any more, and then I might even chop them up and add them to it. So there's another one. And they do feel, I mean, they are quite hard, but you could cut them quite easily. Yeah, there's a wee baby one. So there's definitely a few of them in here. And I'm not too sure how, I mean, up until maybe a year ago, I had never ever heard of jackfruit. That's a good Google search. They are not poisonous. Right. Even though you're telling me they're not, I'm now slightly concerned. I'll cut them open and see what they look like inside. But thank you for the research, I appreciate it. Hello Jennifer, how are you this morning? I keep saying this morning, it's definitely not morning anymore. Where I am anyway. How are you today? Are you having a nice Sunday? Yes, I'm taking out the little shell parts just because they're a bit harder. And I don't think I can shred them. Yeah, and what I was saying, I really don't think you heard about jackfruit until about a year ago. Well, I didn't anyway, and now it seems to be everywhere. So I think it's fairly easy to get hold of now. Like this in cans. I've never actually seen it as like the whole fruit, but I think in cans it's fairly easy to get. I'm good, thank you. Good. That's what Sundays are for. And to be fair, I'm having quite a lazy one as well. Apart from now that I'm cooking, still quite lazy. Right, do we have all of the little pods out so I can shred this? Oh, there's a huge one. This is weird. I was not expecting this. Right, hold on, I'll move this out the road and then I can show you what we're dealing with. So like this almost looks a bit like tuna if you kind of tear it up. But then the more you kind of squeeze it, the more of these guys you find. I'm gonna get a knife and see what happens when I cut it open. Oh, it's quite hard. Oh, it's almost like a nut. Can you see that? It does look almost like a nut. Google deep dive. That's it. Your search history is just going to be all sorts of jackfruit. It says don't eat them raw. Right, I think what I'm going to do is see if I can find any more, pick them out and not eat them. Just in case. Because it all sounds a bit dodgy. And I don't really want to poison myself, just in case. And we've got plenty of the other bits, so we shouldn't actually need them. This is weird, I didn't think there would be as much prep to do with this stuff. I thought it would just be a case of opening up the tin and going for it. But it's a learning experience. It does feel like, it's weird, it feels like tuna, but it smells like artichokes. And I like both of those things, so, oh. And they just pop out, that's so bizarre. Let's see. So yeah, if I'd properly kind of looked at this in detail beforehand, I'm not going to get a huge amount of meat from this. So I'll just make sure I do a load of salads and veggie bits to have with it. So I would say if you're doing this for a few people, maybe get a few cans. There's not a lot of like actual meat in any of this. And they are good at hiding the little seeds. I mean, I found a recipe for this. I'm not actually using it because I didn't like it, but I wonder if they say anything about what to do with the little pods. And what's is it a trypsin inhibitor? What's that? Sounds very scientific. It's hard to tell what's meat, or would you say flesh, I suppose, or what's the little seeds. I think I've got them all out now. Yeah, that looks better. It's also quite satisfying, just squashing this stuff. Good. I think we're good. From this guy. Yeah, I'd be intrigued to get like a fresh one of these to see what it looks like fresh, because there's a picture on the can, but it does look a bit strange. There we go. Right, so now I've made a mess everywhere. That's what the finished result looks like once you've played about with it for a while. And then I'm just going to kind of shred it slightly with a couple of forks to make it like that kind of pulled pork texture. And then I think I'll marinate it first and let it just kind of sit in the spices while I do the tacos. I'm quite excited to try doing the taco shells, because I feel like if that works well, that would save me a lot of money. Because gluten-free tortillas are so expensive, or gluten-free wraps even. And I find that most of the time when you make that, or if you like fill them with stuff, because of the texture of them, because they are kind of more kind of powdery than like a regular one, they fall apart so easily. So I like to overfill my wraps. I don't know anyone that doesn't. But as soon as you try and roll it together, it all just falls apart. So if these work, this could be a bit of a revelation. This isn't, it's all a bit hard for that. Yeah, I definitely imagined this to be much easier than it actually is, but it's getting there. It's good gluten-free wraps I find that don't fall apart. Exactly, it's ridiculous. And you think, why on earth would you pay $8 for 5 wraps? I found ones that are nice, and they're sweet potato. I think they're mainly sweet potato and a bit of flour, and that's why they kind of stick together. But again, they're so expensive that it's like a wrap becomes a treat, and you think, really? It shouldn't be that. Like if I ever look at the normal wraps, you can get 8 of them for like £1, and then the gluten-free ones, you're 4 for about £4, I think. Right. Yeah, it's ridiculous. I don't understand why it's so expensive. Like even the sweet potato ones, sweet potatoes aren't that expensive. So why are sweet potato wraps expensive? Hello Mary Fisher, happy Sunday to you too. How are we? Are we having a good Sunday so far? I got bored with the forks, I'm just gonna squish it with my hands. They are clean though, don't worry. Oh yeah, that's true. The freshness. But they must put something in them, because yeah, that's a fair point actually. And I think as well, like even just the fact that a lot of places will have to use separate equipment to make gluten-free stuff. I think that's a big factor in the cost, but it's just so frustrating. It's just it's not our choice, and then we have to pay these premium prices for products that aren't as good as the regular ones. But at least we've got the choice now. So, and we'll always find something to moan about. We are, thanks. Good. I am glad to hear it. This is odd, this stuff. I'm not gonna lie, I'm not sold on it just yet, but there's still time. There's almost like little stalks in it as well. I don't know if I want some now. Right, well, popcorn, if this works, I'll put the recipe up on my Discord, and this could be life-changing, I feel. Because even so that bag of cornmeal cost me £5. I've got no idea what that is in Canadian dollars, but so if that's £5, I'm gonna get probably about 4 lots of the tacos out of that, and I think I'm making 8 tacos each time. So what's that? It's a lot of taco. So it seems a lot cheaper to do it this way. So if it works, and hopefully it'll work well and be like not fall apart when you put stuff in it. So I could just start selling tacos and make a fortune. And then you really could get like, say, like a regular packet of tacos. You could get 8 tacos for $4 and I'd still make a fortune. Right, so with this sold, good. Well, we'll wait and see how they turn out first, maybe. Right, what do I need? I'm gonna put in some ground coriander, some paprika, some chili powder. Hydrate. Thank you, Dynadol. Cheers. And we're definitely just on the water today. Although I did enjoy my wine on Friday. Right. Okay. Yeah, so I'm just going to add a few different kind of spices and things to the jackfruit to make it a bit more taco-esque. And then the magic ingredient is barbecue sauce. So you can make it yourself. I've never made barbecue sauce before. I will at some point, but today is not that day. So when I do, that'll be quite interesting. But yeah, today it's coming out of a bottle, unfortunately. I'm not going to make the same mistake that I made with the chili powder when I made chili and used the wrong side of it. So I don't want it too spicy. So just a little bit, and then some ground coriander. And I think with this you could probably add whatever spices you want. And you wouldn't have to make it barbecue, you could make it like garlic and chili, or just a herby one, or just a more kind of smoky, like fajita type almost. But I quite fancied the barbecue flavour with it, just because I've had it before barbecue and I do like it. So I think I'm going to leave it to marinate first, and then I'll add the barbecue sauce when I'm cooking it. I think that's what I'll do. I think I could do with a little bit more of everything. So I'm just going to top it all up slightly. And then we'll leave that to one side, and then we can get started on what are hopefully going to be life-changing gluten-free tacos. So yeah, it's starting to look a little bit more like kind of meat now. Can you see that? It looks interesting. And I think, as far as I can remember, it's not overly, although it's a fruit, it's not overly sweet. And because this one you're adding the barbecue sauce to it, that's going to make it sweet anyway. So it's not like, that's weird, that shouldn't belong together, like why have you put a sweet fruit in tacos? But I do remember one time I tried, I cannot remember where I saw it, but I saw there was a recipe for vegan pulled pork, and what they did was they got really old bananas and used the banana skin. So like took out the white bit of the banana skin and literally just the skin part, chopped it up really finely, and then did it a bit like this with some spices and some barbecue sauce, and then fried it off and put it in wraps, and it was rotten. So bad. I wasn't sure what to expect from it, but I thought, well, I mean, maybe because it's sweet again with the barbecue sauce, it might work. And I had some really old bananas that I needed to do something with. So I made a banana loaf with the insides and this pulled pork with the skins, and it was horrible. It just tasted like banana. I mean, I don't know if, I mean, the recipe was that simple that I don't think I could have done anything wrong. It was so bad. So funnily enough, I have not made that again, and I don't plan on making it again. Because it was not, unless you're a huge banana fan, I wouldn't recommend it. There are plenty of other things you can use instead. Right, so I'm going to put this to one side, and then I'm going to get out my taco recipe. And I feel like I've opened up so many more opportunities now that I've realised I have a cup measuring device. So that's exciting. It's the little things. Right, let me see. So, oh, that's weird. It's a maybe you can answer this, Popcorn. Is cake flour a thing? Would you call it cake flour or all-purpose flour? Because presumably, I always thought all-purpose flour was plain flour. But I think that's the thing, isn't it? That in America, I don't know how it is in Canada, but in America, I don't think they have self-raising flour. Is that right? Or am I making that up? All-purpose, yeah. I've never heard of cake flour before, but apparently that's a thing. So it's cake or all-purpose flour, so I'm just going to use plain flour because it's tortillas, so you don't need them to rise. So I'm just going to... Oh, hello, WeebRL. Thank you very much for your follow. Nice to have you here. I hope you're having a good Sunday. Yes, I'm just going to use plain flour. So I don't see why you would need it to rise. So I'm just going to go with that. I've got my cups. So pleased. I don't know how long I've had them for, and I've only just realised that that's what they are. Converting from all-purpose flour to cake flour. Take 1 cup of all-purpose flour, spoon and levels. So that's a very specific kind of flour then. And that's bizarre because I wouldn't have said cake, like that you would use cornstarch in a cake. You're a fountain of knowledge today, Popcorn. I'm enjoying all the research that's been done. But that's weird. I mean, it's like the recipe does say all-purpose or cake flour. I'm going to go with plain flour, and we'll see. And if it goes horribly wrong, I'll just do it again. Okay. So first of all, we want 1 1/3 cups of cornmeal, which is what I have here. And I cannot believe how impressed I was with the cornbread. So good. So that's definitely one that I'll be doing again. So 1 1/3 cup. I actually have a 1/3 of a cup, little cup as well. Oh. I've got a feeling with the amount that I'm going to be making, I'm going to be eating tacos for the next few days anyway. Right, so that was 1 1/3 cups of cornmeal, and then we want 2 2/3 cups of all-purpose flour. Oh, excuse me. Did I say 2 2/3 cups? I'm doing this the backwards way of spooning it into another spoon just because I know that I'll make a mess of it if I try and pour it out. One, oh my god, this is going to make a lot of tacos. I wonder if you can freeze them. I'm sure you can. I'll just have for next week's streams, I'm just going to have to come up with different ingredients that I can put in taco so that I can use them all up. A quarter of the world's hazelnuts. A quarter? Oh my god. That's intense. I mean, I know that people are big Nutella fans, but that's insane. Google. The things you can find on Google. I would not have thought that. That's mad. I don't even really like Nutella. There are other versions out there that are so much nicer. I do like bacon with hazelnuts though. Oh my god, I cannot believe how much flour this is. I'm really hoping I've not read the recipe wrong. Okay, right. This is a big batch. It says 10 corn tortillas apparently. I suppose it depends how big you make them. Right, and then we want a teaspoon of salt. See, I do really enjoy random facts from Google. So if you have any more popcorn, do share. We can all learn something on this Sunday. Right, and then 1 teaspoon of salt. And then I want to get my... Right, and then I'm going to rub the oil in. So get rid of all of these. Yeah, so that's me. I've made a cornbread and I'm going to make 10 tortillas or tacos, and I've only used maybe about 400 grams of cornmeal. So yeah, there's a much cheaper way of doing this. Oh, thirsty again today. Right, and then to this, half a cup of oil. I'm sure it says on here half a cup, yeah. What are you searching for? Are you just searching for random facts on Google? Netflix consumes 15%. To be honest, it wouldn't surprise me, especially at the moment, if it was actually more than that. Because I can imagine a lot of people are being judged by Netflix for watching too much just now. Alright, what did I say? Half a cup? Yes. Non-food related. Right, half a cup. How are you? Oh, that makes more sense. It's in there as well. Half a cup of oil. I'll have to mix that first. I'm really intrigued to see how these come out because I've never ever made, like, not even just regular wraps before. Because I know that I've got a friend who makes them and she uses a lot of different, like, difficult to get ingredients, so she uses like psyllium husk and things in it. And I always think like that's fair enough, but who has psyllium husk in their cupboard? So I always think it's quite good to try and make things with stuff that people actually own. Although I mean, in the UK, corn meal isn't overly common, but I feel like it's maybe more common than psyllium husk. Right, and now I want half a cup of oil, and then it's going to get a bit messy. So I have to see, this gives me the heebie-jeebies a wee bit. So I think, so this is probably like similar to what, similar to what you would do with, like if you're baking cakes and you kind of rub the, that's not nice. If you rub the butter in, which I find quite satisfying, this is less so. It's too slimy. I'm not as big a fan of this, but needs must and all that. Although it's come together a lot more than I thought it would have. It didn't seem like a lot of oil for that much flour, but interesting. So it's definitely, I don't know if you can see how well that's come together already. Okay, it's obviously still very crumbly, but then we're going to add hot water, and apparently, it has to be hot water, and there is a tip as to why that is, which I can read in a second once my hands are clean. Right, I think that'll probably about do. Right, let's leave that at that. Oh, it's when it gets in your fingers, yuck. Okay. One cup of hot water. Hot water. Okay, so pour a cup of hot water in until you get a dough. So, do they mean hot water or boiling water? Let's just do hot, just in case. Yeah, I would say that's hot enough now. And then I've just to mix this until we get a soft dough, apparently. So, doesn't seem like enough water. Let me check the recipe again. Until a soft dough forms. I mean, I'm gonna have to get the hands in again. Because it's not really coming together. Apparently you're not supposed to knead it too much. You're just supposed to mix it together, but it's it's definitely still more crumbly than I would like. I might put a bit more in because that's not a soft dough. Boiling is preferred by some. Yeah, I mean, you can feel like the dough still feels warm. I might put in a little bit of boiling now because I think I need more water anyway, because it's just not, there's not enough in there. So let's stick the kettle on. Oh, and that's a big question. Popcorn, do you own a kettle? Because I've seen this as a bit of a discussion with some people that in America you don't own a kettle, and I can't imagine life without a kettle. You don't? What is that? I don't understand. And you never drink. I mean, I feel like I can actually understand that you don't drink tea more than the fact that you don't have a kettle. Because, so, like, if you're making pasta, do you sit and wait for the water to boil in the pot? Because life is too short. Boil the kettle, and it's much, much quicker. Plus, what if you have visitors and someone wants a cup of tea? But then maybe that's not a thing over there either. But I mean, if you've got visitors at any point here, if you've got more than, say, 3-4 people, at least one of them will want a cup of tea or a cup of coffee. Right. How does this work? A professional pasta maker. It's weird chambers. And does it work? Like, have you used it and successfully made pasta in the microwave? Because, I mean, I'm not going to tease anyone about pasta making, because if you saw, my attempt at pasta making was not the best. It definitely could be improved on. It really just seems cool. Like, okay. So there's more than one. That's nuts. I've never ever heard of that before. I'm gonna have to Google it so I can see a picture, because I would be intrigued. And I love how it's a professional one. The good one works great. So do you tend to make your own pasta then, rather than like buying stuff? This has gone really weird now. Oh. After this I'm gonna have to Google that and see what it looks like, because I can't picture it. Ah, right, okay. That makes sense. This is terrible so far. So how quickly can you cook pasta in that then? Is it much quicker than doing it in a pot? Well, I suppose that's handy. And if it makes your dinner a bit quicker, then that's always a good thing. Yeah, see, I use my Thermomix to cook rice, and I will never ever cook rice in a pot ever again. And that's not too bad. I suppose if you don't have to boil the water and everything beforehand, that's quite a bit quicker, especially with gluten-free pasta. I don't understand where I'm supposed to go with this. I don't want to play around with it too much because it specifically says don't do that, but it's not even close to being like a soft dough. It's so slimy with the water in it. Oh, lovely. Yeah, I think that's enough water now. It's gone a bit slimy. So I'll mix it in a bit and then leave it to rest, and then we'll see how it's looking. definitely looks a bit strange. But yeah, I'm definitely going to Google that popcorn because I would be interested to see how it looks. Well, it's coming together a bit more now. At least it's all in one block-ish. Right. I feel like once you can get dough into kind of a ball, then you're winning. Until you actually start doing anything with it. But there we go. That looks okay. I think I'm okay with that at the moment. So I have to put a towel over the top so that it doesn't dry out and leave it for, I think, about 20 minutes. So we can do that. Grab a towel. Yeah, so that looks interesting. So if everyone could keep their fingers crossed for the dough. Martial reflex. Yeah, very much so. 20 minutes, yes. And then divide and roll out. Okay, let's see what happens. But yeah, that's definitely, I've never ever heard of that pasta maker before, so. I feel like I'm absolutely covered in dough now. Right. Okay, so the pulled pork-esque stuff is so why? Is that because you're ashamed of the fact that you have a microwave pasta cooker? And have you made it for people before and they've not known? But does that mean that you can only do like a little pot at a time? So does that mean that you could never have like a pasta party or anything? Not that that's a thing. It's huge. Ah, okay. Yeah, I'm very intrigued by this. But then I have a kettle, so I have a kettle that also kind of makes pasta for me. But as long as you're happy with it, popcorn, that's the main thing. Right, I don't think I need to put a timer on really, do I? Okay, so the next thing I want to do is, while I'm waiting for everything to kind of marinate and rest and things, I think the next thing I'll do is prep a bit of kind of salad for it. So what I'm thinking is, once I've had a drink of water, I'm thinking I got these little, thank you Dynadol, that was good time, and I'll hydrate again because I'm really thirsty. Right, so in our veg box this week, we got these tomatoes. At first I thought they were maybe tomatillos, which I know are, I think they are Mexican tomatoes, but they're green and they're used a lot for salsa. So I got very excited when I got these in my veg box, and then I realised that I think they're just unripe tomatoes. I'm not sure how you can tell, but I think they are just unripe tomatoes. So I googled it, and you can eat unripe tomatoes. They're just slightly different tasting. So I think what I'm going to do is just chop them up finely and make like a bit of a salsa with them anyway, and see how it tastes, because I'm not quite sure what else I would do with them. So it's a good way to use them up, I feel. So if anyone has ever eaten unripe tomatoes, or if they know a way of telling whether or not these are actually tomatillos, that would be really helpful. I think maybe if I slice them open, I think they're slightly different inside. Confession. No. I could have lied and just said, oh, I got these nice tomatillos in my box, but I'm not like that. So yeah, I'm not sure how this is going to be, but I'll cut them open, we'll have a look, I'll have a try, and if they're horrible, I'll figure out something else to do with them. What bowl do I want? Choose one of these. So if anyone in the chat knows what a tomatillo looks like, if you could confirm or deny what these are, that would be really helpful. So let's cut one open and we'll see. Just cut it down the middle. That's just a tomato, isn't it? That's literally just an unripe tomato. I mean, it smells really good. It looks pretty cool as well though, because it's very green. But I'm gonna Google it quickly and see a picture, because I'm pretty sure tomatillos look different inside. Yeah, no, that's not the same at all. that's no, I mean, like, they literally are just like a tomato. Yeah, no, that's not a tomatillo at all. I saw, where's the picture gone? Yeah, so that's what tomatillos look like inside. Can you see that? Like, no seeds or anything. And that's not the same. Yeah, they've got like little weird seed things, but not, yeah, no, that's completely different. Oh well. So we're gonna make an unripe tomato salsa. Not sure how it's gonna taste, but let's try a bit. I've got a feeling it's gonna be really sour. I don't know why. I mean, it just tastes like a tomato that doesn't taste of much. And it's a lot chewier than a tomato would normally be. I mean, it's not bad. I think in a salsa it'd be quite nice. And I read as well that they're quite good in, if it is just unripe green tomatoes, they're quite nice in like a chutney. So maybe if I get more, I'll do a chutney. I was quite sad though, because I thought, oh, that's exciting. That's something I've never had before. And to be fair, I've never had an unripe tomato before. But yeah, not quite what I was hoping for. But what can you do? It'll be fine. I'm sure the salsa, like, once it's all put together, it'll be quite nice. I'm still so impressed by the time I got the, what was it called? The pineapple tomato. That was so good. So that's on my list of things I want to try and grow next year. So we'll see if I can manage that. Considering I managed absolutely nothing this year, I'm not holding out too much hope, but although actually that's not true. I have one courgette or one zucchini that is still hanging on. Most days I have to go out and save it from slugs, but it's still going. It's coming along. I really like the colour of these. They look very fresh. I've think looking at the tomatillos in the picture, it reminded me more of, what are those things called? Is it physalis? I'm not sure how you say it, but the one that comes in like the little kind of, like the brown packaging. It looks a bit like, it's not packaging, obviously. Well, I suppose it's natural packaging. Green tomato salsa, or frying them. Oh, frying them for breakfast. I could put that be a very fancy addition to a full Scottish fry-up. Thank you again for that, Bogger. Green tomato salsa. Well, that's ideal because that's kind of what we're going to do today. And I've got half a tin of sweet corn in the fridge, so I'm going to stick that in. And then I'm going to add some coriander because I am obsessed with coriander. Party squads, how are you today? Happy Sunday. I hope you're doing well. Nice to see you. Ooh, Tuscan veg stew. So work. Well, thank you very much, Party Squads. But you know what I'm going to say? You need to cook more on stream. I mean, I approve that you're not doing it just now because then you wouldn't be able to be here as well and I couldn't watch you anyway. But next time. Prep for next week. Ooh, nice. Yay! Good. Well, I will definitely come and watch if I'm not streaming at the same time. Because I do enjoy a Party Squad's cooking stream. And I am making homemade tacos with a fake tomatillo salsa. I wonder, I've never actually seen, no problem, happy cooking. I've never actually seen tomatillos to buy. I don't know if they're easy enough to get. I don't think they can be because I've never seen them in any supermarkets. Maybe you have to go to like a farm shop or something to get them. Don't know. But yeah. So, I mean, that's going to be quite a lot of salsa. I don't know whether just to do, because I've got two smaller ones here that I might, because it did say, I'm sure I read somewhere a green tomato chutney was nice as well. I don't know whether to try that. Because although I'm going to have a lot of tacos to fill, so maybe it's good to have a lot of ingredients to put in it. Because this is what we're looking at so far. Macaroon, how are you today? Happy Sunday. Nice to see you again. Twice in a week. What do I owe the pleasure? So that's how much of the fake tomatillos we've got. I might add some other bits and pieces first and then see how much we've got because I've still got these two left and I could make a little chutney with them maybe. I'm not sure. Let's have a look and see what else I've got in the fridge that I can. So I've got some sweet corn and got some coriander. What else did I want to put in this? I can't remember. Was there anything else? I don't know. Yeah, I've not got a huge amount of sweet corn, so I might just do the rest of the tomatoes. Oh, I'm glad. It's good. We've got a few gluten-free people in here, which always makes me happy. Not that you have to be gluten-free, obviously, because that's not ideal. But yeah, I always think it's good. I like to try and hopefully give some ideas to people that maybe have a restricted diet, because I know how difficult it can be. And Macaron, have you ever made your own tortillas or tacos? Because this is the very first time I'm trying to make them myself. I'm not sure how they're going to go, but we'll see. The dough is there. It's made mainly from cornmeal and flour. So I've just used a gluten-free plain flour or all-purpose flour. Oil, hot water and some salt. So I'm intrigued to see how they are, because if you're anything like myself and popcorn, you will understand how expensive gluten-free wraps and tortillas can be. So I'm hoping this will be an easy way to make your own and a cheaper way, so that you just have to buy like a couple of bags of flour. Nice. So these, I think they're technically tacos, but they're like the softer ones. I always get a bit confused because normally here we would say tacos are like the hard ones, the ones that go like that and you put the stuff in and then they crack. And tortillas would be anything that's like the softer version, even the smaller ones. But these are apparently also tacos, because I think you can get soft tacos and hard tacos. I'm not sure, but they're corn tortillas probably. Yes, I do. So I do try and post pretty much everything in Discord. Some of the things I kind of make it up as I go along, so I then have to write it up on my blog and post it. But yeah, most of them I do try and put up. The most recent one that I did was my fake KFC bucket, which was, oh, that's good to know. Thank you for that, Macaron. I'll change that. What was I saying? Hold on. Let me do that quickly just now. Let me just check that quickly. Everything it's all very expensive. It's so frustrating, especially with things like tortillas and wraps and things, because you think like the regular version's not expensive at all, but the gluten-free one, it's like a proper treat rather than anything. Right. Let me see. Ah, that's why. Right. Thank you for that, Macaron. I've just realised what I did, so that's very helpful. I've just realised that the link was set to expire after a day. I don't know why that's helpful, but there we go. That should be it now, hopefully. Oh, Tron. Thank you very much, Tron, for all your gifted subs. That is hugely appreciated. And welcome to the Confetti Clan to Super Noodle, Chuckies, Macaron, Mental Marshmallow, and Velvet Fan. Oh, happy Sunday to you too, Tron. Well, that has made my Sunday. Thank you very much. And other stuff. Yeah, I've made it permanent. It's never going to expire now, hopefully. Yes, if you have some good recipes, good gluten-free recipes, please feel free to post as many as you like in the Discord, because I'd be really interested to see them. And if there are any in particular that you like, let me know and I'll maybe try and make them on stream. You're too good to us, Tron. Thank you very much again. Right. Now that I feel like I'm all over the place now. So if you've just joined us, Tron, hello, happy Sunday. I hope you're doing all right. I hope you're having a nice chilled one. We're attempting gluten-free tacos today, so we'll see how it goes. Not made it before. Be interesting. We'll do the lace cookie. So what exactly are lace cookies? Because I've never heard of them before. Yeah, not sure. They sound good, but I don't know what they are. Bravo, Tron. Exactly. Bravo, Tron. And I actually have an emote that people can use now. I have another 2 that are just waiting to be used, to be approved. So once they're approved, then everyone who's subscribed will have 3 emotes that they can use. And then for the different tiers, I've still to make a couple more, but they'll come. at some point. Right, so this is our salsa. So far we've got our fake tomatillo, green, unripe green tomatoes, a half a small tin of sweet corn, and then I'm going to do some coriander. So thin butter cookies with a that sounds amazing. That sounds amazing. Yes, please do post that recipe. Right, I need to play about with the coriander slightly because it looks a bit funky, but we'll pick out the good stuff and try not drop it all on the floor. Yeah, that should work now. I've changed the link, so, and thank you for spotting that. It was obviously set to that to automatically expire after one day, which seems a bit strange, but all sorted now. So I'm just gonna, I've got a kind of a load of coriander left here, so I'm just gonna pick off the good bits and use it up so that I don't have to waste any of it. And then I'll chop it up finely. I'm wondering what else I can add to this. I've got some mango that's past its best as well. Would mango be weird in that? Because I know sometimes you would make a pineapple salsa. Is mango similar? Would I ruin it? Have I ruined it with unripe tomatoes anyway? I'm not sure. No, I don't know. Yeah, I'll see how it is with the coriander. I thought my music had stopped there. Yeah, I'll see how it is with the coriander. Maybe taste it and see if it's missing anything. I don't even know if the mangoes are still good, to be honest. So do we reckon, Popcorn, that that's not a good idea? Is that what you're trying to subtly tell me? I mean, I'm sure I have seen mango salsa before, but this is it's maybe a bit random now. Thank you very much, Macaroon. I'll go on and have a wee look at that after, because those cookies sound delicious. And is that something that you make quite a lot then, Macaroon? I'm really tempted to put mango in it. Because I feel like it's kind of fruity anyway. So I don't know. And then if I put it in, it's going to be tricky to pick it all out. Yes, good. I do like a recipe that someone's tried before and you know that it's going to work. Instead of just being like, this could be a disaster, especially with gluten-free stuff. It can always be a bit hit or miss. Your favourite gluten-free cookies? Right, I'll definitely need to try them then. Definitely. I do enjoy a cookie. And it's been a while since I've had them or made them. So I'll see if I've got the ingredients for them and we'll make them soon. Right, I think we're about there with the coriander that I can salvage. So I'll give it a quick wash and then chop it up. And okay, cooked bacon, nice. I feel like that's always good. See if you can get recipes, especially gluten-free ones, that are simple, you know work, and you're happy to give to other people to try. I always feel like that's a very good sign. Because that's what I kind of try and do. There's a few recipes that I have that I will literally recommend to everybody because I know that it works really well. And I feel like with gluten-free stuff, it can be a bit hit or miss. like a friend baked a cake for me, and she made one cake and it was so good, and it was like, I was so impressed with how well she did. And then she tried to make a different gluten-free cake and it was a disaster. And it's so hit or miss like that. Charles was finding music in Discord. Well, what I'll do, Matthew, if you're in the Discord now, I'll pop you a little message when I come off, and we can have a wee chat about it if that works. But thank you very much. But yeah, if you're in the Discord, I'll send you a wee message after. It's hit or miss. It completely is, and I find that's why it can be so frustrating. You can make the same recipe 3 times. It can work once and not work twice, or the other way around. There doesn't seem to be much rhyme or reason to it. I'm quite happy with that. Is that Lucky Lala? My eyes, I must be getting old. Lucky Lala, hello and welcome. Thank you very much for your follow. Nice to have you here. I hope you're well. Ah, yes. Yes, well now I know what Discord is. That was the problem, I feel, because I felt very, very new, very overwhelmed. I didn't really know what I was doing. So now I know what Discord is, and I can send you a message. I'll do that. Yeah, it's taken me a wee while to figure out what I'm doing. So I appreciate your patience. Right. No problem at all, Macron. Enjoy your breakfast. I hope you're having something nice. No worries. We shall see you soon then. Right. To mango or not to mango? I don't know. Right, let me try a little bit of the mixture to see how it is. I always feel like that's my problem. I spend probably a good hour every time after the stream just cleaning up my kitchen. It's a disaster, but it's good fun. The stream part, not the tidied up, but you can't have everything. I think that would be quite nice with mango. I feel like popcorn's going to disown me, but... Or is it going to be too sweet with the barbecue jackfruit? Oh, that's actually really nice. And there's no salt or anything on it yet. I wonder... Right, can I figure out how to do this? I'm sure there's a way. Nah, I feel like this is just going to be too... why has that not come up? Oh, I wanted to do a poll to see if you think I should put mango in it, just type mango in the chat, please. And if you don't think I should, type no mango. Can we get a streaming team? That sounds interesting. Right, after I come off stream, Macron, I'll send you a wee message and we can have a wee chat about it and figure out how that works. Because as I said, still very new. But yeah, I will be in touch after the stream. Have you heard of the Star Trek cookbook? Funnily enough, I have, yes, from Chef Tony. And I know that's a lie, he hates the cookbook. Although it's funny because he has a good moan about the cookbook not having like pictures of the food and stuff. And I've got a cookbook like that. It's quite a new cookbook. And actually I can show you. It's an Italian cookbook. Arcana, where is it? It's fallen. Ugh, it's in here somewhere. Oh, it's a bit faint. Right. So this cookbook is of a similar style. So it's Simply Italian, Simply Gluten-Free. And it's got a load of like Italian recipes. And instead of pictures of the food, it's got like illustrations of Italy. And I really like it. I think it's almost like a little kind of storybook, but with recipes in. And it's simple recipes, so you don't really need to be able to see what they look like. So I really like that. So I couldn't really understand what his issue was there. But yeah, some of the recipes sound ridiculous. Look, oh, happy Sunday. Nice to see you. How are you today? I hope you are well. I'm not against the mango. I think we're going to do the mango. I think I'm going to go for mango. Although I'll need to cut it open first because I'm not sure it's still edible. But if it's edible, let's add mango. I get it's overwhelming. Yeah, there's a lot to it, but I'm getting there. Enjoy your breakfast, macaron. Hydrate. Thank you, Dynadol. Could you tell it's getting a bit warm? Cheers. And this will bring it to work. Yeah. That's pretty much what's going on today. So far in our salsa type thing, we have some corn, some coriander, and what I thought were tomatillos, but they're actually just unripe green tomatoes. So, I mean, it tastes nice. I'm not gonna lie, it does taste quite good. So I'm not mad about it at the moment. Just got home from work. How was work? Did you have a good shift? And is that you done for the day? Are you able just to chill out now? Oops, yeah. But this is the thing, like, I don't like to waste food. So I feel like if it's maybe gonna work in something, then give it a go. As good as can be, I suppose, yeah. And it's work on a Sunday, isn't it? But this is another thing I thought. I'm not 100% sure this is a mango, but it definitely is a mango. Oh, and it smells good. So I think let's add the mango. Let's add. Unless anyone is very against the mango. If anyone thinks I'm going to completely ruin the salsa with mango, please let me know now. Or forever hold your peace, I suppose. End of my day, which, yeah. So is that you? Is that you done? Is that you getting ready for? What a good idea, Luco. I'm so glad you're here. Because that could have been a disaster. Let's do that. Let's get a little bowl out. It's funny, I never even thought of doing that. But that makes a lot of sense. So let's do just a little bowl. And we can try it. Just in case. Yeah, I would have just gone all in. And then I've been like, oh, what have I done? What have I done? This is a bit, right, I don't understand how people can just chop up mango like it's no problem at all. I always end up in such a mess because you do this part, you make it look like a little hedgehog, and then how do you just how do you just chop it off without? And it's so slidey. 72 bowls later, yeah. All the test bowls. See, that didn't really work, but I probably want to chop up a bit smaller than that. But for a test bowl, this should be okay. Right, let's try it and see what we're working with at the moment, and then we can decide. Mangoes are good on until there's mold on them. Nope, we're okay. Popcorn, if you could make sure you're here every stream, just to check that I'm not going to poison myself, that would be ideal. Right, so this is our salsa test bowl. So I'm going to try, I'll get a little bit of everything. That's unusual. I think it's quite nice. They lose flavour though. Yeah, this one, it's quite nice. It's maybe not quite as strong as sometimes though. But yeah, I think I'm maybe best to use it now. So that it doesn't just go to waste. Right, I think... Oh, that's those come through, that's good. Right. Let's just go with it. We're just going to go with it. I'm going to chop it up a bit smaller than that though, because the chunks are far too big. So let's do smaller chunks. So I'm trying to think, I've made a pineapple salsa before. Can't remember what for, probably for something like this. Oh, that is another good idea, Loco. Maybe make half-half. Yeah, actually. Yeah. Yeah. Let's do that. I'll get another bowl out. See, one thing I do like to make with mango is mango ice cream. So with my machine here, I put in frozen mango chunks, a little bit of vegan yogurt. What else? Some ice, a teaspoon of icing sugar. Is that everything? I think that might be everything. And you just whiz it up until it becomes ice cream, and it's so good. But the only thing is, it's such a small mango that I'm not sure we get much out of it. Half and half. I think I'm going to make half and half. And then if I've still got some mango left, I will just chop it up, and that can be my dessert. Just chopped up bits of mango. Right, let me fish out the mango that I've put in here. Okay. Mango's such a good flavour. I just absolutely love it. And the smell of it as well. Okay. Yay! Was that yay for the mango? Or yay for, yes, well done. That was a good call, doing half and half. Yeah, but yeah, the chunks definitely need to be a bit smaller. So let's do them a bit smaller. Yay for all. Well, that's good. I like a bit of yay for all. Yeah. I wish I could remember what... Oh, it was with fish. That's what it was. So I made some... I think it might have been cod. Just a bit of... And I just used frozen fish because I don't eat a lot of fish, so I find that I'm best to just get the bags of the frozen stuff. And I quite like the taste of that, and it's easy to cook. So I did that. I think it was just a little bit of sweet chili sauce on it, and then a pineapple. Would it be pineapple and coriander? I'll need to look. The recipe is on my blog, but I think it was pineapple and coriander, and it was really, really nice. And that's what made me think, well, mango's similar to pineapple. That could work. But no, I think I quite like that. I'll need to see, I'm not sure what I'm going to do with seasoning yet, but I don't think it'll need a huge amount. It looks a lot nicer than the other one as well. Yeah, I think I'll definitely have a bit for dessert as well. So I will. Well, I kind of wish I had a bit more now, because a wee cheeky mango smoothie would be quite nice. Good. Okay, I think that might be enough just about. So I think the rest I will just chop up roughly and have as a wee dessert, although done it again, all the chunks are quite chunky. Which I guess they should be, but they're too chunky. And then I think seasoning wise, I'm thinking maybe just a bit of salt, because I feel like it needs something, but then is that going to be weird now with the mango? I quite enjoy doing these things on stream because I feel like it shows you like an insight of how my brain is working at the time. Right, that'll do. Let me get rid of this and then I'll chop up the rest of the mango. It's perfectly logical. Well, I am glad. I do tend to think out loud a lot, but I feel like that's good in this case, because then if I was to do something really silly, I feel like I've got a few people that then could stop me, and I wouldn't have to regret things. So that's always good. Yeah, so just chopping the rest up. And I'll either have it for dessert or I'll probably just eat it while I'm finishing the stream. If I am being honest. I think that's one thing when the mango gets a bit older, it's kind of difficult. It's more difficult to get the skin off, because the skin has definitely gone a wee bit more rubbery. Oh, that's the wrong place. Hold on. And then once I've done this, I think I'm maybe not going to add salt at the moment. It might be a case of I could add it right at the end, like once everything's together, if it still needs something, because the jackfruit is going to be quite strong tasting, and I don't want there to be a lot of weird flavours. So I think I'll do it this way and not overwhelm everything to begin with. Right, I think that's about as much mango I'm getting off of this. Yeah, that'll do. Right, so I've got my dessert. And then we've got our mango salsa, which I think looks so much nicer. And then we've got just the regular one, which I think looks a wee bit sad now. In fact, where did I put that? I'll get a smaller bowl. Yeah. I'm using all the bowls in the place, but let's make it look a bit nicer. And then once I've done this, we can get on and start attempting the tacos. Now I am intrigued, and thank you very much, Luco, for the links about that flour. I've had a wee read into it so far, so I definitely think I'm going to give it a go, because it would be interesting to see if I'm okay with it. Hello. Get a cat come to visit. Okay. I don't think you would like mango salsa. Yes, thank you very much. Look, I'm always looking for like new things like that, especially having a restricted diet, it's always nice to find new things and to be able to try out new things. So, and I think it'd be different if I was celiac, but it could be worth a try. Mark Squads, that's very random. I'm pretty IKEA, I think. I'm sure they were from IKEA. Are you using them just now? Because that would be series twinning. I love that's how you just pop up and be like, look, we've got the same bowl. IKEA, yeah, I was sure they were. I wonder if anyone else has got them. I feel like they're probably quite a common. Oh, you're using them just now. I love it. There we go. Look, all the twinning. I just love how that's when you pop back up. That's so funny. I hope your stew's going well. 400 miles. If you don't mind, Luco, where do you live? Because I would have thought there were IKEAs closer than that to everybody. Wasn't even you saw it. That's funny. And then you were like, I have to tell her I've got the same bowls. Even with celiac, it may contain. Yeah, I think it's one of these things. I think the may contain, it's very much a personal choice. Like, because I know that some places they'll actually say that it may contain, but it's more just a case of they're trying to cover their backs almost, because just in case there's anything at all that they can't then be liable for it. But it's a tricky one, but I think that's it. It's up to you, and if it's not making you ill, then, especially if there's certain products that you find that it's a may contain, and then sometimes you can find out if you speak to the company, they'll say, well, it's only because there's a 1% chance that there could be cross-contamination. Then yeah, it's tricky, but I would say it's quite a personal thing. That, yeah. One. There's not one in your state even. That's mad. Right, if you say you're in the land of potatoes, to me that means you're in Ireland. But is that right? The one time I got sick from it, I searched online for dead and did a week. Oh yeah, see, that's it. Sometimes it can be tricky, and it is a bit of a minefield. Nearest IKEA, 64 kilometres. So mine is, I don't know, 10 miles? Because there's one in Glasgow, and I'm just outside Glasgow. So yeah, I was going to do the maths, but I think about 10, that makes it 10 kilometres, say 10, 15 kilometres. So very handy. Idaho as well. Ah, I didn't know that Idaho was also the land of potatoes. Is Idaho near Canada, or are you back on the Google? the Google random facts popcorn. I'd love to be in Ireland. Nah, yeah. I've never have I? No, I've been once. That's a lie. I've been once. Nearest IKEA is 373 miles away. Yeah, that's quite a long way away for an IKEA. Can you get an IKEA delivery? Probably not, because that's a long way for them to deliver. And then 2 hours inside. Popcorn, I don't know who you're joking. 2 hours? You'd be lucky to only spend 2 hours in IKEA. I can do, I mean, I could spend a day in IKEA, happily. I love IKEA, I love it. It's actually like it's a day out for me, and I only do it very occasionally because it's too dangerous. It's far too dangerous. I know borders can. Again, geography, terrible, not a clue. So that's good to know. Evil marksman. Thank you. Are you Scottish yourself? Yeah, I found a couple of Scottish streamers. Not very many. I'm still on the lookout. So if you know any, let me know, because I'm always looking for more Scottish people to support, because it's all good fun. $600 for delivery. Oh my gosh. So you would have to order a lot of stuff for that to be worth it. That's a lot of spotted bowls. I think these are like £1 each or something. So yeah, that's not worth it. 2 hours minimum, yeah. Actually in 1 hour, that's impressive. That's impressive. I think that you have to be very like targeted and be like, right, I'm going in for this and this and that's it. And walk around the shop like this. I'm not looking. Oh, lingonberry jam, yes. You look nice. That's ridiculous. 6 hours easy, yeah, definitely it is. It's a day out. I'm just outside Glasgow. Me too. I wonder if you're near where I am then. What side? I won't ask you where, but what side of Glasgow are you from? Evil marksman. Party squad, he's a good man. Yeah. Yeah. That takes a patient boyfriend to walk around IKEA for 6 hours. Oh, I need silver 2 glasses. Yeah. The most expensive glasses in the world. EK, nice. I'm out, is it east side, I suppose? Yeah. Is this east? Northeast? I think I'm northeast Glasgow. So that trip would take 6 hours one way to pick up. Oh my gosh. Yeah, I mean that's like a weekend away for you, Luco. And I'm not sure that's how you want. I mean, I like IKEA, but I'm not sure you'd want to spend a weekend just for IKEA. You're in Idaho. Nice. So maybe you're not too far from Popcorn. Although you could be miles away, because I always underestimate the size of America and Canada. Right, I'm not gonna lie, I'm not looking forward to this part. So we have prepared the taco dough. I'm gonna just check and see what, I think I've just to chop it up into chunks and then roll out. Now that's a proper weekend out, Loco. A trip to IKEA and then Vegas, IKEA on the way home, and then back up the road. And do you stream as well, Evil Marksman? And what is it you stream if you do? Hey, what's wrong? What's that? Oh, very sad looking cat because I'm ignoring him. Okay, so this is what our dough looks like. I mean, it's not supposed to have risen or anything. Okay. That's, okay, never mind. That's quite a long way away. Like I can't even. I think if I'm not talking a lot of nonsense, is that not about what I would be like to Germany? Maybe? I feel like that makes sense in my head, but I'm not sure. I would guess. Popcorn, if you look up Scotland to Germany and let me know how many kilometres it is. Oh, for goodness sake. Yeah, I did have 1,700 in my head, but I wasn't sure if that seemed too little. God, so where could I go to in that? And that's on the board. That's madness. Now my mind is blown. Right. Do I want to flour this? I'm tempted just to use some. It is getting cold now anyway, yeah. Well, it is autumn or fall. Right. What does the cat have to say about that? I can't imagine the cat's too happy. Right, this is one trick that I like to use when I'm making gluten-free stuff. If I'm ever rolling stuff out, I think it's quite handy because obviously if you put flour on the surface, the gluten-free dough tends to be quite powdery as it is. So I like to put down some cling film and roll it in between the cling film, because then I find it doesn't stick. You can roll it out and then you're not adding any more flour to make it even more powdery than it already is. Although I probably should have chopped this up first. The nights are getting a little, oh, that's chilly. I think we are maybe about 10 degrees Celsius. Again, not sure what that is in Fahrenheit. Possibly not too far off. The cat's standing next to meowing. Maybe you should move your feet then, Popcorn. Seems a bit harsh if you've stolen the cat's bed. Daytime still fluctuating. Oh, of course. Yeah, that's. I think the fires, they're still going, aren't they? I've kind of missed it, but as far as I'd heard, just awful. You work in a freezer. What do you do, Loco, that you work in a freezer? Are you a chef? What else would you do in a freezer? Oh gosh. Oh, well, I hope everything is okay, Loco, and you're safe at least. It's just awful. We're quite lucky over here because it's just not something we ever really get, to be honest, in the grocery. But right, that makes sense. I was like, all I could think of was either in a kitchen or like a morgue or something. Right, I'm gonna try and. Right, that makes a lot more sense than what I was thinking. Right, so I've got 4. Yeah, that was the only thing I could think of. But each to their own. Right, so the recipe said about 10 tacos. So I've chopped these up wrong already. Or do I maybe make 8 slightly bigger ones? I don't know why I'm really struggling with the maths right now. I mean, yeah, I'd rather that you've hung out in the freezer with groceries than bodies. So I'm glad to hear that, Loco. Right, hang on. Let me see how big. No, I think that's going to be okay. It's the maths in cups. No, but I have cup measurement doodads. I've got little. Where are they? I have struggled for such a long time, Evil Marksman. And then I remembered that all this time I had these little cups in my drawer, and they actually measure in cups. So that was fairly life-changing. I only found them last week, I think, on the stream. And that, yeah, it was life-changing. Ah, cool. Okay, that makes much more sense than either you just chilling in the freezer or in a morgue. Right. So you must be, so do you have to like get properly wrapped up every day for work then? Is that going to be, they're so, I don't think these are going to work. Right, no, positive thinking. Let's do one and we'll see how we go. Yeah. So you must spend most of your day just chopping and changing all the layers. Cloth, right. You got this. I hope so. It just, even just patting it out with my hand, it seemed so like crumbly. But we'll go with it. We'll see what happens. It's all about experimentation. You like the cold? Well, you would do well here, Luco. You would do well. Yeah, that's it. As long as you've got the right... What is it they say? There's never the wrong weather, just the wrong clothes. Is that a thing? There's definitely a saying along those lines. Right, let's see if this works. I mean, it's not going to be the most photogenic looking tortilla. Ireland, England, several European countries. Yeah. Well, if you like the cold, come to Scotland. We do cold well. Only if you like the rain, though. Plans to go over a few years ago. Aww, that's rotten. Hopefully, once we're able to properly travel again, though, you can get some people on board for that, or do a wee solo trip, and then you can properly see the stuff you want to be able to see. Yay! I love a fellow redhead. Yeah. I'm the same. I think we're like a different species, Loco. Because I do like sunny places, but like my skin doesn't. And my hair doesn't, because my hair goes blonde in the sun. Although this is dyed, like the bottom of it, that's not just sun. Right. What do we reckon? I'm kind of scared to take the cling film off because I've got a feeling it's just going to fall apart. But please stay, please stay, please stay, please stay. I read that as well, and it was like all the different things that redheads can do or something. It was very interesting. It's like, oh, yes. And there was something else to do with like painkillers, or we were better at dealing with more pain. Like we've got a higher pain threshold or something. I'm like, how is that possible? Right, what do we reckon? I mean, it looks nice. I don't know whether I've rolled out too thin, but before I do any more, I'm gonna cook this one. I don't understand. Right. Roll it into discs. Cook the tortillas on a heavy base or cast iron pan for about 30 seconds on each side. Keep the tortillas covered as you cook and stack them. covering helps trap the steam. So does that mean I have to cover it when it's in the pan? That's kind of what it sounded like. The only problem is I've not got a big enough lid for this one. Is that going to be big enough? That might work. Yeah, that's what I thought as well, but I don't know how you can tell, because like how do you compare yourself to anyone with that? Right. I think that should just about fit. So let's try it, because I can cover it, and I think that's what the recipe wants me to do. So I'm sure there were. Okay. I thought there were pictures to go along. It doesn't show them being covered. I think it's maybe just covered when they're cooked. Right, let's try this. See how we go. Yeah, so I've just got a dry pan that I'm heating up. And once it's warm, pop the first tortilla in and hope that it doesn't all fall apart. It's not looking good. I'll tell you now, it's not looking good. And when I start to use the triple, wow, okay, that's quite a lot of medicine. Oh, yeah, that's not ideal. Girl who bakes, happy Sunday. How are you? I hope you're having a good weekend. Nice to see you again. We're making tortilla, yes. So technically they're tacos. So I think they're like the soft, is it soft tacos? Soft. Yeah, just soft tacos. But yeah, I think we would just call them tortillas, but made with cornmeal and barbecue jackfruit. Yes, I'm a big fan of a barbecue jackfruit. Oh no, this is not. Oh no. Oh, it's too thin. Oh, that's a disaster. Hold on. I need to shimmy it about. Well, look, I'm attempting. It's not going to move. I'm going to see what happens if it starts cooking, if it'll then loosen up a bit. No. What? I've got like a pancake pan thing. Oh, right, we'll do this one. And then see how we're going. This is $1 bag. Yeah, I think that's it. I mean, right now, $8 a bag seems like a bargain. I'll never complain about a gluten-free tortilla ever again. Once it cooks a tad. Yeah, that's what I'm hoping. Because it's set. Oh, look, I moved it. It's definitely got a big hole. A griddle. Right, I'll do this one, and then I'll see if I can find my griddle pan, because that might be better. So if you guys could cook as well, and then I can... I mean, I feel like the colour looks right enough, because that's the kind of colour that you would want a taco shell, isn't it? She said 30 seconds, but that's going to need more than 30 seconds. I think once you've made a few, exactly. That's it. And I think as well, if you've never made anything before, it's going to take you, you're not sure what to expect and how best to go about it. Ooh! Yay! Okay. Yeah, so it's a bit of an experience, it's a bit of an experiment. And I feel like if I try it out and it's a disaster, then you guys don't have to try it out. We can come up with something else. It's the BBQ pie, I hope so. These flour shells myself. Yeah. So these are, it was 1 1/3 cups of cornmeal, and this seems really, really hot now. And 2 2/3 cups of all-purpose flour. Okay. Is going to be yellowish. Yeah, that's what I was thinking. So I mean, the colour I'm pleased with, and I don't want to make them too much thicker because tortillas should be fairly thin. And I don't know if you can see that, but I am getting wee bubbles in it. I'm not sure how well it's going to wrap around things, but I really don't want to flip it in the pan. Ooh, okay, that looks better. That definitely looks better. I recently saw a video for a guy frying burgers. He'd squish them on the He would squish them on the grill, super thin, cooking. Ooh, okay, so if it comes to it, I'll just fire a load of cheese on it and that'll keep it together. Yes, Tron very kindly gifted 5 subs earlier because Tron is a legend. Thank you again, Tron. And welcome to the Confetti Clan, Super Noodle. It was cool, that does sound cool. Yeah, I think that's actually not too bad now. Right, do we think it's done? I mean, it said 30 seconds on either side, but I'm gonna just kind of cut a little end off. Looks done, yeah. Oh, it's hot. Oh, it's very hot. That's okay, actually. Quite oily. Okay. Okay. For the first one, I'm not too upset. Yeah. I always find like at least the first couple. So that looks not too, if you just ignore that part. That looks not too bad. Right, so I'm going to put this to one side. And then, so I don't need that. So that can get out the road. And you're supposed to keep them covered so that they don't go dry. So I'll set that up there. And then I'm thinking, hydrate. Thank you, Dynadol. And I might get if I can find my pancake pan. Although I don't know how I'm going to get it out of the cupboard. No, I don't know where it is. I have no idea where my pancake pan is, so we're just gonna have to deal with this one. But maybe if I make them slightly smaller, that might be okay. We'll maybe make them a wee bit smaller. Right. Let's try again. I think I'm just gonna because even when I'm kind of working them, there's bits coming off it. But okay, let's try another one. I've made this one slightly smaller, took a chunk off of it, just because I feel like it might flip a bit better and be a bit easier to work with, although it looks tiny now. It might be a bit too small. Well, I think tacos are kind of small, aren't they? And I do feel like with the first one, I wouldn't want to make it any thicker than that, because it did feel quite thick. Yeah, I've got a better feeling about this one. I wonder if I maybe should have put some xanthan gum in to kind of get a wee bit of elasticity into it. That maybe would have been a shout, but I feel like it's too late now. Yeah. I think that'll do. Right, let's try again. And if we could get it in one piece this time, that would be ideal. No, it's not even staying in one piece on the cling film. Aww. Is that a wee jigsaw? Oh, I think this one's too thin. I'm not convinced just yet. Let's see. No! I'm glad you can't see this yet. No, that's a disaster. That's a mess. Look at it. Look what happened. Oh. Why? Right, I'm just gonna wait for it to cook a little bit and then I can fix it, hopefully. Unless it breaks it before then. Maybe flip it onto a plate. Yeah. And then like slide it off the plate. It's because it's so like oily and sticky. I mean, what is that? What is this? No, it's getting worse. It's actually getting worse. Right, we're now making nachos. Spray oil in the cling film. I had wondered about that, but the problem is the dough is so oily as it is, and even eating the tortillas when they're finished, they're so oily. It's because it's not sticking together. Because I can get it off the cling film okay, but it's sticking, like it's just crumbling. As a gluten-free still money. Well, yeah, it's fine. I mean, look at it. It's. But I wanted to make nachos, so it's fine. I should just change the description. We're making barbecue jackfruit nachos, no tacos. And I thought it was supposed to be the first one that didn't work and not like all of the ones other than that. Oh, I've just put the thing off. Well, thank you for the support, Popcorn. I do appreciate it. I mean, yeah, like the thing is, it's probably still going to taste okay. It's just, you'll just have to kind of come up with a new way of putting it together, because that's not going to hold any filling. Oh dear. Right, I'm going to roll out the next one so that we're ready for when these nachos are finished. And I don't know whether to make this one slightly thicker. Just to see if it makes any difference. I've got two popcorns, so one is Murphy and one is Isla, which I think is quite a Scottish name. So one boy and one girl. And I think they might both be outside because the rain has stopped for about 5 minutes. Very cute. They are very cute. Little black and white cats. I mean, I feel like we might just ditch this attempt. Yum! Yeah, if anyone stops by that's never seen me cook before, this is really gonna entice you to watch more. Oh dear. I wonder if I could just kind of piece it back together again. Nah, even that. Nah. I'll give it a minute or two and then we'll sack this one and we'll try a new one. I've never made tortillas. Me neither, if you can tell. Yeah, these are corn tortillas, so in theory I think they would be really nice, but I don't know. I'm gonna clip today. If there's anything clip worthy popcorn, please go for it, but maybe not this, because this is a nightmare. This is a bit of a disaster. Oh, thank you very much for the gifted sub, Dynadol. Thank you that's very kind of you, that's much appreciated. And welcome to the Confetti Clan, Lucky Lala 7. I think I'm about ready to give up on this one. Also, I think my pan's maybe not hot enough. I'll put it up a wee bit and see if that helps. See, this I feel is gluten-free baking or cooking. You just want to give up. You start off thinking, oh, this is going to be great, it's going to go really well, I'm going to have created some new invention that gluten-free people can enjoy, and then you get this. It's quite sad just looking at it. At least we've got one, so I'm not gonna starve. Oh, that looks really good now actually. Yeah, so I'm not gonna starve. It's just not, I don't know whether there's any point in continuing on with this one. It's so sad, look at it. Just trying to hurry it along so I can move on. Yeah, it's getting a wee bit of colour now. A couple of bubbles. Don't know if we want bubbles, but yeah, no, popcorn, I fully understand now why gluten-free tortillas are so expensive. It all makes sense. Right. This is actually depressing me. I'm just going to get rid of this one and let's do the next one and hope that it works better. And I can use these as nachos or something. Or a frisbee to throw out in the garden. Right. Okay, next one. It's this. Oh, it's not happening. there or thereabouts. I was really concerned I was going to melt the plastic there. Right, no, there must be a better way of doing this. There must be. I mean, that one's a bit better. Are we too thin, do we think? I don't think the recipe had any tips for what to do. I mean, yeah, the ones in the recipe look so much thinner. Yeah, no, I don't know. I think I've been tricked by this recipe. So I'm just going to eat mango instead. I mean, this one looks a bit better. Right, let me see. I'm gonna try a bit bigger and a bit thicker and see if that makes any difference at all. Try to cool the dough down in the fridge. That might be a good idea. Right, hold on. I'll even take a couple of chunks and cool them down in the fridge. Maybe it's folding together. Yeah, that might be a shout actually. That could be an idea. So I'm going to take a few chunks. That's true actually, because quite often with pastry you would cool it down. So I wonder why that's not in this recipe. Right, so I've got 3 big chunks in the fridge now. Or the freezer, good call. Yeah, that's a good idea. Right, and I actually have space in the freezer for once. That's exciting. Right, so we've got 3 bits in the freezer. I'm gonna continue with, I've got 2 more bits that I've left out here. And I'll try one a wee bit thicker. I mean, that's just crumbled apart completely already. I think the fridge might be or the freezer might be a good call.
Are you ready?
Right, this one, it's a bit thicker, but I mean, who wants a thick tortilla? Although, right, this looks better. Just scared to flip it now though. Okay, it needed a bit longer, but it's in one piece. It's in one piece. We're making progress. This feels like ravioli gate all over again.
Are you ready?
But I'm just glad that I can try out these gluten-free disasters to save other people doing it. And I feel like I've got corn dough all over me now. So, you know, I'm getting really, really annoyed with the dough now. It's splitting and falling apart all over the place. Okay, we've got our next one ready to go. Oh dear, oh dear. What's this doing? Right, now that's going to take a wee bit longer. It's funny because the first one I was like, it could look better. It's definitely not the best. But now looking at it, I'm like, that is perfect. And I'm probably not going to get any just as good as that. But fingers crossed. Exactly. It's all a learning experience. And I think that's the thing. I think next time I think I'll cool the dough if that works. I think that's a good shout. I'll cool the dough and I think I'll put in some xanthan gum to try and keep some of it together. Yeah, it's always a bit of an adventure. And the thing is, if these don't work out well, I've not got a lot of jackfruit because I've only got one can, so it might be a carry out or a takeaway for dinner. No, it'll be fine. It'll be absolutely wonderful. The rest of the tortillas are going to work, no problem at all, and I'm going to have a lovely dinner. It's all about positive thinking. Oh, I'm going to steal my wee bag again. I don't need them just now, so I can put them out the road. Yeah, so if everyone has positive vibes, they could all send them my way into the pan in the hope that that'll have some kind of effect on these. And I don't know if I should have the pan hotter, but I don't want to have it too hot and like burn the sides and not cook it through, because I do feel like that's hot enough. Although I feel like the dough is really fun to play with. So if you wanted like Play-Doh or something, maybe a good shout. An expensive Play-Doh though. Hey, let's see, how are we doing? This is probably going to be like a tortilla sandwich, because I'm not entirely sure we're going to be able to actually wrap. Nah. Oh, dearie me, dearie me. Yeah, I'm not sure how this is going to work. The one that I've got there, I mean, it does say in the recipe that you can pop it in the microwave just before you serve it to keep it like kind of flexible. But even when the last one was warm, it wasn't that flexible. So, I don't know. Every time I turn it, I'm like, it looks like it's got loads of colour. But I'm not sure it actually does. I need to stop doing these experimental things on stream. I should do things that I know actually work. But that's much less fun. Okay. I'm kind of getting bored of waiting for this one now. I mean, I don't know if you can see that, but can you see like the shine on it? Do you know what I think I'm going to do? I'm really tempted just to turn it into nachos. Barbecue jackfruit nachos. Because I think it'll work much better as that. I'm really not sure I'm going to be able to wrap these. I'm also not sure how I would change the recipe to be able to wrap them. Because obviously soft taco shells are supposed to be soft. Yeah, I think there's going to need to be a bit of work done on this recipe. Right, I think that one's done. So let's add it to our plate. Yeah, I hope so. Maybe like the way I did the last lot, the little the flatbreads, to do it with a bit of water. That might work. Oh, I mean, I'm actually getting quite annoyed now. Right, this is what I'm looking at. I can't even pick it up. I literally can't even pick it up. Look, this is what happens when I try to pick it up. It's a disaster. Look at it. Look. It's in bits. It's all in bits. Oh. Okay. Pan off for a minute till I can gather my thoughts. See, I mean, that even kneading it, I'm not sure that's going to work either. I'm going to put this together. I'm going to check on the ones. Xanthan, I don't know whether I'm too late to try and work that in now though. I don't know. Will we try it? Right, what I'm going to do is, I've got 2 chunks left, well this mess, and another chunk in the bowl. Let's add some xanthan gum to it. And then I'll do the other 2 that are cooling. I'll leave them to cool a bit longer, and then we'll try and see if there's any difference between the 2. Because this is, I mean, there's very little I can do with this at the moment. And then I'll try and kind of work this in as best I can. Wonder if I maybe add a bit more water. It's annoying because in theory it seemed like it would be a good recipe. But I guess with these things, you never really know until you try. I wonder what the actual purpose of the boiling water was. Does that help stick it together in any way? I think once I've kneaded this in a wee bit, I'll get the ones out of the freezer. We'll give that a try, and in the meantime I'll put this in the freezer. I am determined for this to work because I think it would be really, really handy to have a good gluten-free tortilla recipe. I think this might be working. Said it helped to separate the gluten. Okay. So probably not. It's not going to do much in this then. It's just so crumbly still. Some people said it did other stuff though. Because I'm sure that definitely helped when I was making the pasta. It helped to add a bit more water. Although because that's the thing, as soon as you start pressing it, it just all falls apart. What to do. And I don't want to put too much gum in it because that'll just make it like chewy almost. Right, let's pop this in the freezer. I'll get my other ones out. We'll try one of them and then see how that is. I'm just gonna have lots of random balls of dough in my freezer. I'm I'm just taking one chunk out. I'll leave the other two in there. And we'll see, because it's pretty cold already, so we'll see if this has made much of a difference so far. That's it. It's a lot of trial and error going on here. Can you see that though? Like as soon as you try and roll it, it just all cracks apart. I mean, it does feel better that it's cooler. I just really don't want to make it too thick because I think it's already going to be quite thick the way I was doing it before. That'll do. And then let's get the heat quite high on this and see if that helps at all. I'm going to try and press the edges together because it seems to be from the edges that it cracks. So maybe if they're all smooshed together, that might help keep it a bit more you usually press the dough. Okay, no problem, popcorn. Enjoy, say hi. Right, so could I do that by oiling the bottom of the pan, do we reckon? I might try that for the next one. The only problem that I feel like with that is if you're gonna press it with a pan, because as soon as, even if I press it down with my hand, if it's still in a ball, it goes all like cracked at the outsides. But to be honest, we should give anything a try here at the moment because it can't really get much worse. Although that seems better. It's not quite as cracky. I think maybe the temperature's helping, but it's a bit hotter. Maybe. So let's see how we go with this one, and maybe. Okay. Right, I'll try that in the next one. And the other thing is, I'm thinking maybe the mixture of the cold and the xanthan gum, maybe that's enough to do it. I'm gonna get a drink of water because I'm really thirsty. Need to top up though. So far, from a recipe of 10 tortillas, we've got 4 nachos, and a load of dough in the freezer. But I feel like there's still hope. Hydrate, thank you. Cheers. I mean, the colour, I feel looks a bit better. I'm going to leave it. I'm just not going to touch it until I feel like it's been on for a bit longer. And hopefully there'll be a bit more colour on it. I just have to be patient. And that's where I struggle. Although, it smells slightly burnt. Ooh, that looks a bit better. It's just really thick, that's the only problem. I wish I could get them thinner. because I feel like if you, well, I mean, yeah, taco wraps are kind of thick, but I feel like that's going to be like when you bite into that, it's just going to be a mouthful of tortilla. Oh, is she doing her planning stream? Of course, because it's Sunday. Yeah, nice. I hope they're all good. I hope they got everything sorted after the other night, because that was really weird. I'm still not entirely sure what happened. Looks good. Yes, we're getting there. So this is one of the ones from the freezer. Just rolled out. I'm hoping that maybe the cold and the xanthan gum together, that'll be like the winning combination. So there's still hope. There is still hope. And I don't know who, the recipe, I don't know who they were kidding when they said 30 seconds on each side. Like, how thin must that be? And I don't think that's physically possible with this one. Because this is a wee bit thicker. But it's coming along. It's coming along. Right, I think I'll grab the next bit and roll it out. Or, right, we'll try the pan. How's that one doing? Not quite cold enough. We'll take one of the other bits without the xanthan gum. And then, right, so what did we say? Different pan on the board. Right, so we're going to try and squash this with a pan. Right, are we ready? I'll switch you over so we can watch that. That one's too wee. Right. I don't know how far that's pressed it. I've just realised there is a thing as like a tortilla press, isn't there? No, that's not far enough. I'm not sure. Okay, that's funny. Hold on. Okay, I'm getting all worked up. Space to put my band down. Let me just check on this one really quickly. No, it's still okay. So, I don't know if you can see that, but it's actually imprinted the Tefal thing on it. And I can't get it to go any thinner. So, yeah, Yolene, thank you for that idea, but it's not working. But it's worth a try. It's all worth a try to do. Yeah. I think we are getting there though with the temperature and with hopefully with the xanthan gum. So hashtag not spawn. Yeah. I know, that's it. It's like, yeah. What, Tefal or xanthan gum? It'd be a bit ridiculous if you were sponsored by Tefal and you were imprinting that into all of your stuff. Quite a good way of doing it though, I suppose. Oh, I forgot we had 2 tortillas already. That's exciting. Right. I mean, I would say this looks like... Oh, you can't actually see it. That was silly. I would say this looks like maybe our best one so far. And that was the cool one. Tefal, yeah. It was very much imprinted on the tortilla. I'm not 100% sure that these are going to taste nice. After all that, I'm really not sure. But at least, I mean, if they don't taste nice, at least we've tried. We've given it a go. We've tried our best. It's been another team effort. So, right. I'll put this one on and then we'll try a xanthan gum one. This is stuck to the thing again as well. It's very much getting to the stage I have to throw the tortilla at the pan before it has a chance to separate. I've just got wee chunks of dough that's got stuck to the cling film. Okay, let's get a xanthan gum number and see if that is any better. That's not enough of a chunk. I'll put the rest back in the freezer to make sure it stays cold, because I think that might be one of the secrets here, which apparently is a huge secret because it wasn't actually in the recipe. Right, so I'll show you the rolling out of this one. So this is cold and xanthan gum in the hope that it stays together a bit better. How can that be worse? How is that possible? I've just made a wee one. It was difficult to tell how big a chunk I was cutting, but because I was hoping that I could maybe roll this out a bit thinner. Yeah, I mean, even just the sheer time this takes makes up for the price of some of the gluten-free wraps. But I'm gonna work on it. Taco gate. Oh, to be honest, I think it's just gluten-free gate. I'm gonna work on this though, because I think this could be a handy recipe to have if it works. So leave it with me. And I feel like maybe if you use some different flours, instead of using plain flour, I'm thinking maybe like some rice flour, maybe some potato starch. I've not actually ever used potato starch, but apparently it can be quite good for things like that because it is kind of like not gummy but kind of sticky. So maybe that's the where I'm going wrong here. Yeah, so we've got taco gate, ravioli gate. I'm sure there'll be another gate soon enough. Yeah, I mean, these are looking not too bad now. They're so much thicker. That would help if that actually turned over. They're so much thicker than I would want. But we've got 3. I'm intrigued to see if I can bend any of these. Oh, right, hold on a minute. This is the first one. I mean, it's not ideal, but it is a bit bendy. So, we have not lost all hope. We still have a tiny bit of hope going. I'm trying to decide how many I want to make before I want to give up. So I've got 3. That's 4, 5. I'll maybe make another one and have 6. That looks great. This one does look quite good, doesn't it? It's just still quite thick. It's my only problem at the moment, is that it is still thick, but But hey ho. Right, while that's cooking, I'm gonna have a really quick kind of tidy up. Just because I've completely run out of worktop space over there. So I'll get rid of a few bits and pieces I don't need, and then I'll be back on top of things. Yeah, but I feel like it's a good starting recipe. And I'm pleased that I've now got the cornmeal. So I'll definitely be using that for other things. And if anyone does have any like other recipe ideas for cornmeal, do let me know, because I'm quite enjoying trying it out. That's why I'd probably cover it up after. Yeah, I think that's it. And I think as well, because I've put 2 hot ones on top of it, that the steam from that's maybe helped as well. So at least that seems to be okay. Don't need that now. And then, yeah, so the last thing I think I'll do is I'm going to do a bit of a not even a cabbage salad, just some dressed cabbage. Hopefully some red cabbage if it's still good. Yeah, and then we just need to fry off the jackfruit. And obviously because you're doing that in barbecue sauce, it's got quite a lot of sauce with it. So you don't need a huge amount of other stuff. So I'll probably just do that. Maybe a little bit of vegan yogurt. And then the couple different salads. The salsa, with or without mango. Yeah, I mean, yeah. They're definitely looking better. They're still not quite how I want them to be. But we're closer. We are closer. Just gonna get rid of a few bits here because you can shout if the thing's burning. Yeah, so once we finish the tortillas, I will then finish off the jackfruit. And I'm just gonna finely chop some onions and a little bit of garlic, fry those off in that, and then add the jackfruit, add the barbecue sauce, and that'll be that. So that's a really easy way of doing the jackfruit. And then chop up the cabbage, and then we can put it all together and keep absolutely everything crossed that the tortillas actually stay, or they do what they're told and shape themselves and don't just break. And if they do just break, then I'm changing the menu card to nachos. It's all about being flexible, which is ironic because that's probably not what the tortillas are going to do. That's quite nice. That's got a bit of colour on that. I think that's my other problem. I'm too impatient. I'm just like, right, flip this, that'll do. That's enough, I'm bored now. I think that must be just about done. I'll get the next one ready. So this is our first xanthan gum try. So, I mean, rolling it out, I didn't see much difference, but maybe there'll be a difference here. I think that's good. Right, this is a bit I hate seeing trying to transfer it from the board to the... No, I did it again! Oh, I get a bit too cocky there. Oh no, we're okay. The magic of xanthan gum, I feel. Right, Right, let's try one more xanthan gum one, because the dough will be cooler again now. I keep losing my towel. Where's it going? Oh, there it is. It's hiding. Right. I mean, to look at these now, it doesn't look too bad. From a distance, they look pretty good, but they are quite solid. Can you hear that? And I'm not sure that's really what we were going for, but I mean, I could just pretend that they're actually hard tacos, and that was what I wanted all along. Will they wrap? Look, I'm not sure. I'd be lying if I said yes. At the moment, I'm not overly hopeful. But, I mean, right, so this is the first one that we did. And it is definitely more flexible than the new ones. So I think the plan is to, once everything else is done, I'm going to pop them in the microwave with a little bowl of water to try and steam them very quickly, and hopefully that'll be enough to make them bendy, or bendy enough that I can at least kind of make those like tacos where you just kind of fold it up at the sides a wee bit and you don't actually have to wrap it in. So we'll see. And it's good to have you back, Lico. We missed you. Yeah, so in the meantime, we've put the dough in the fridge. We've also added some xanthan gum to some of the dough and then put that in the fridge, or the freezer rather, to try and hurry things along. And I think, I mean, it's still not perfect, but I think the best that we've had so far is the one with xanthan gum that's in the freezer. So that seems to be the way to go. We could still make improvements, I'm sure. But at this stage, I think I would need to, I think what I want to do is to try maybe using, instead of using plain flour, try maybe using some different gluten-free flours like rice flour or potato starch or something, to see if I can maybe get a bit of kind of gluiness from that. But hello popcorn, everyone's coming back at the same time. Did you know? I did know that. It's one of the few random facts that I know, but it's, where did I see that? I saw some program, some documentary or something, and they've got different names, don't they? I can't remember what the names are, but each shape has a name. That's funny though, that's literally one of the few random facts I actually know. This tortilla looks like the one. I hope so. I mean, right, so popcorn, these are the ones with xanthan gum. So this was the previous one, which I would say, I mean, yeah, it's quite hard, but the older ones with the steam of the newer ones are going a bit flexible. So the hope is that when we're done with everything else, I'm going to pop them in the microwave for about half a minute probably, with a little bowl of water, and I'm hoping that the steam from that will be enough to bend them enough. Yes, and that was one of our accidents. So we've got some tortilla chips there as well. Exactly. A bit of guacamole, ready to go. That sounds like a good night. A bit of guacamole and a margarita, and that's a good night. That's it. You have to look on the positive side. Your accident one. Yeah. Yeah, and they're like rustic organic nachos. Exactly. With mango or without. So yeah, I mean, although it gets frustrating while you're doing it, because all you want is to be able to create something that is what you're looking for. It's fun to experiment. It's not always going to go right, especially with gluten-free stuff, And I think that's why it's even more satisfying if you do actually manage to get something that works. Yes, I'm gonna put, right, I need to write that down somewhere. That's gold popcorn. That's going in my about me when I'm finished, definitely. It wasn't messed up the old book. Exactly. Rustic, and folk will be like, ooh, that sounds fancy. Give me some of those. I'm sure I could call these are rustic as well. Rustic, organic tortillas. Gluten-free, vegan. I think I could make quite a lot of money off of these. I think I would go mad preparing them all. But yeah, I think you're right, popcorn. It's much more fun because, like, I think if you're on your own doing it and you mess it up, it's just frustrating and you just feel sad that it's not worked. But if you've got people watching you and support, people egging you on to try and do well, I think that helps a lot. So yeah, I enjoy that, a gluten-free mental health support stream. I don't think there will be any of them out there already, so I think I've started something. But the good ones look great. Well, thank you. The good ones look not too bad. The only thing I'm slightly annoyed at is the fact that they are quite thick. I would prefer that they were thinner. But yeah, makes tortillas nice, soft and fluffy. Harder with cornmeal, but plastic now. Yeah, see, that's what I was thinking, and this is quite hot now. I did flip it already. Yeah, I did flip it. I just had to double check. Yeah. Retain the softness. Right, I think maybe that's what I need to try the next time. I think because these were thicker, I was worried that if it was too hot, it would burn before it actually cooked through. Oh, terrific! Hello! Happy Sunday, how are you? Yeah, we're going for, if this doesn't work out, we're making nachos with tortilla chips, and I'll just cut them up. Although, right, so this is the disaster one. So that was good. And then we also have the ones that look alright. So they're quite solid, but we're gonna steam them before we eat them, and hopefully they'll be okay. So fingers crossed. When you're trying to adjust your posture, oh, I know I'm bad with my posture as well. Is there not like a belt thing that you can get that's supposed to like keep, it must do something to your back, but it's supposed to keep you upright. But yeah, it'll hurt as soon as you have to kind of change things up. That's gonna hurt. I'm sorry, Loco. But I know, yeah, my posture's not good either. A brace, yes, that's the word I was looking for. Posture's overrated. I'm not sure they say that when you're 80 years old, popcorn, and slumped over. Right, what do we reckon? I think that's done. I think that one looks the best so far. It's very crispy, so horrific, you might be right, a tostada might be on the way, but I think that looks the nicest so far. Okay. Shoulder one. Aww. Yeah, that's not ideal. Can you not get a bigger one? The posture's military. Well, I am. That's something at least. Military approved popcorn. Weird bike kid. I've never seen Cordyline, but I will Google it. But your description describes it pretty well. Maybe you should get a brace like Loco. It's a good movie. I've heard of it and I've seen like the, because Cordeline is a person, is it a girl? Yeah, that's not. Is that something you could get from your doctor? Right, this one looks good. Feeling good about this one. And then I've got one more to roll out. That's a lie. I've got more dough in the freezer, but I'm kind of getting bored of making tortillas that are average. I might even just with the other stuff, because this is all the stuff with the xanthan gum. So with the rest of it, I might just roll it out and make, like actually deliberately make nachos. Okay, never mind, look out. Maybe that's not the best idea. Oh, I'm not surprised. That's horrific. Yeah, I think we take it for granted here that it's easy and cheap. Oh, that's rubbish. You would think though, that's weird that on the websites that they don't give you like a sizing chart or anything. That's how they can't assume. Even like the difference between like men and women, you think like our shoulders are different shapes completely. So it's changed that much. That's mad. That's really cheeky. But yeah, I can totally understand why you don't want to do that way. That sounds like a good idea, Hodgerific, if that's possible. So I think it's only taken us 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 tortillas. But I think we're getting there. Oh, of course. Oh, dearie me. Oh, this one was possibly in the freezer for too long. It's actually frozen. Yeah, that's rotten. Well, hopefully you'll get it sorted, Loco. Because posture is a bit of a pest. Yeah, I know that's it. Decisions, eh? Maybe this one's going to be the best one because it's actually frozen. So my plan with that one is I'm just going to roll it all out. It'll probably be a bit bigger, and if it falls apart, that's okay because I'm going to make it into nachos. Because I feel like I've made enough tortillas now. Oh, this is the one. This is the one. Nice. Yeah. Yep. Again, I should be more patient. I could have taken a wee bit longer on that side, but I'm gonna get rid of this fail that's just sitting on the worktop looking at me. And get rid of that. And then we're nearly there with the with the tortillas. The only problem with these is they're that oily that your hands feel so ugh when you're working with them. Oh, another wee drink. Okay. Of course, yeah. Yeah, it's all kind of connected, isn't it? Thank you. I just realised how thirsty I was. Tortilla, well, bad tortilla making is very thirsty work. Right. Come on now. I don't want to hurry this one up too much because I feel like this is going to be the one. How are the other ones looking? Right, I think the very first one was actually the thinnest. Do you know what? I think these tortillas would make really good pizza bases. Like, I mean, look at that. That'd be a nice crispy pizza base. Bit of tomato sauce, bit of cheese. I might need to try that as well. So if this all fails, we'll either make nachos or pizza. Any tortilla, yes, it's all great. And that's it. You can only, well, you would assume you can only get better at it. How you like it, you learn. Yes, exactly. And I enjoy learning in the kitchen. Ultra thin piece. I think that would work well. So maybe if I can keep these two, I can make two little pizzas. I think I'm actually going to do that because I think they'd be really nice. Tortilla pizza. Yeah, and I could put some, I could just put the jackfruit on it, come on. I think that'd be pretty nice. And how are you today, Hodgerific? Are you having a good Sunday? So impatient, there's no colour to this at all. I'm going to put it up a bit because I need a bit of colour. I need the colour. I've still got two more to make. Yeah, so far, I would say one tortilla that I've made would cost probably about £4 per tortilla, just purely with timing and effort and labour and all that. So yeah, I think we're getting a good deal. I think this one's okay now as well. Yeah, let's go with that. See, now it's far too hot. Right, this is the last one that I'm doing that actually is going to look anything like a tortilla. Just waking up. Well, good morning then. Oh, of course. Are you on day shift again next week then, or a bit more normal? My Sunday is good, thank you. So far I've spent most of it making tortillas that are not perfect, but apart from that it's been good. Fairly chilled, not done very much, which is quite good. Well, I was looking forward to some jackfruit tacos later, but I might have to adapt it slightly. But no, can't complain. It's been a good Sunday so far. Right, and this one is, yeah, it actually froze because it was in the freezer for too long. So I'm just gonna roll it out and just put it in like one big one, and then I'll chop it up. Well, I'll either chop it up or I'll make it into pizza. I love how the cornflour, like the cornmeal, it just changes colour all of a sudden. It's like quite white and then it just goes yellow. Oh dear, it's all relative, that's true. This week will be 2 day, 1 night. Oh, see, that's tricky. I feel like almost if you do more nights, then you can, at least you can kind of get into a bit of a routine with it. But if you're kind of bits and pieces of both, it's not really, it must be quite hard to get into any kind of a routine. Might pick up another. Oh, hopefully you'll be able to do that then. That'd be good. Extra cash is always good. See, so there's obviously a thin line between being cold enough that it actually helps the dough and being frozen so that it breaks up into tiny little pieces. I think I've just about got it back together again. I'm really tempted to try and make this one really thin. I suppose I can, because if it breaks up, I'm going to make it into nachos anyway. Nah, it's broken already. If I turn it round, I can actually show you. So it's broken there. It's all ripped. Oh dear. So I just want a really, really thin one. Just one. I just want to see if it works. It's blocking, is it? How's that? It's not on mine. Are you on a mobile, Hojerific? Because on mine it looks okay. Maybe it's seems okay to me. Yeah, it seems okay to me, but I'm not sure. If you're on a mobile, maybe it's a mobile thing. Still waking up. That's possible. Chris Picker. Hello, Chris Picker. How are you? Oh yeah. I need to figure that out because I end up in the wrong place. So I'm gonna play about with that one. I think. This one. Yeah, I'm not. Oh! I need to play about with that one. So yeah, leave it with me and I'll fix it. Crispicar, jackfruit is this. So basically, it's a kind of fruit. Oh, excuse me. Oh dear. It's a kind of fruit. It's a fairly new thing that you can get now, and it's used quite a lot instead of like pulled pork. So it's like a vegan kind of pulled pork alternative because it's kind of meaty, the texture, and you can kind of shred it like you would pulled pork. And then if you add barbecue sauce, it doesn't taste of very much itself. So if you add flavour into it, like spices and herbs and sauces and things, then it just takes on that flavour. So it's quite good for things like tacos or fajitas, and it works really nicely with the barbecue sauce. And you can buy it in, where's my can? You can buy it in cans normally. I've never actually seen it. Obviously it depends where you are, but I've never actually seen it like an actual jackfruit to buy the fruit. I've only seen it in cans like that. But it's quite good because it means then you don't have to cut it all up and prepare it properly. It's just in little chunks in that. So it almost looks a bit like artichoke. It's quite similar looking like that. Ah, yeah, I think the picture on the can looks quite like durian. But yeah, it doesn't smell anything like that, and it doesn't taste anything like that. It's quite pleasant, actually. Oh, nice. It's funny because it's something that I must have only really become aware of it maybe about a year ago. It's quite a new thing to me. Have you ever had Bonda? I've never heard of Bonda. Is that like a brand? Is that a company? Breaded ball things. Is there something in the bread? Is it like balls of something that are breaded, or is it just balls of bread? It's great and can be vegan. Okay. Bonda. I will Google it. I've never heard of it before. Okay. Bonda is a typical South Indian snack. It's very sweet and spicy version of different regions. Aloo Bonda. Ooh. Okay, that sounds good. Ooh. And can you buy that just like in shops where you are? Is it easy enough to get? Okay. That sounds interesting. And because it's potato, then it's normally gluten-free. But yeah, there is absolutely no way I am getting this last one in the pan. Do we give up? Is this a sign? Because look. So this is me just trying to pick it up. Can you see that? It's just... Yep, that's enough tortillas for today. Oh dear, get a vegetarian. Nice. I'll need to look for that because I've never heard of it before. Get it vegetarian. More water. Yeah, I feel like this is Chris, if you've just joined us, this has been a bit of an experiment so far. We've had a few different variations of tortilla dough, none of which have been ideal. And I think I'm getting to the stage I can't face doing anymore. Right, I'm gonna keep this, and I'll just make some nachos at some point, because I think I'm gonna go mad if I try and make any more. But I've definitely got enough for the moment. So, and they're not gonna get any better. So you're not gonna miss out on anything. Right, now to get back on track and to think what on earth I was actually doing. Right, I don't need that. So I think what I'll do first is prep the cabbage so it's got a bit of time just to sit in the juices and go all nice and tasty. And then once we've done that, I can then... Where's my wee thing gone? I can then do the jackfruit. And then we can have a look and see if we can actually get everything to come together. And if we've made tortillas that will actually hold anything. We'll see. You live on the East Coast, nice. So what state is that exactly? We've got a few Americans in. A few Americans, a Canadian, I think some UK folk still maybe. North Carolina, nice. I was just trying to work out which way east was. My geography is very limited. So I appreciate that. I feel like I roughly know where North Carolina is. Right, and are you gluten-free yourself, Chris? Or do you just enjoy people failing at making tortillas? A cabbage. Before I actually forget completely what I'm doing. So ideally, I'm gonna do, yep, if I could get the cabbage out of the fridge. That's quite loud. Okay. So, we have a cabbage. We eat everything nice. That's always quite handy. I eat everything as far as I can, but there's a lot of things that I have IBS, and I have done for about 7, 8 years now. So I'm quite, well, I could be a lot more restricted in what I can eat and can't eat, but there are a few things I can't eat. So, and I'm trying to eat a bit more meat, well, plant-based. So I'm not vegan, not vegetarian, but I do try and eat more like vegetarian dishes, more vegan dishes when I can, and I quite enjoy kind of experimenting with different things. So everything I eat is gluten-free, everything I make is gluten-free. It's all chickpea free as well, because that's another thing I can't eat, which is a bit random, but yeah, and then I just try and, because I do think that food, everyone should enjoy food, whether you've got dietary requirements or there's things that you can't eat for religious reasons or for ethical reasons or whatever, that everybody should have food that they enjoy, because food is wonderful. I'm a big food fan. Oh no! See, that's not overly healthy. No, is that because she finds everything else upsets her, or is she just a really big fan of peanut butter and, well, I was going to say peanut butter and jam, just peanut butter and jelly. We would call it jam, but I'm just going to give this a bit of a wash. Nobody believed in me. I always had myself, whatever you see. Right, so now I'm going to finally slice this up. Rid that out the road. She's just weird. Well, that's I suppose at least you're honest. I know it's quite common, but it seems weird to me. Peanut butter and jelly. Like, I think it's weird because I'm a fan of peanut butter when it's in something savoury. So like if you're doing maybe like Asian cooking and you do like a peanut butter dip, or like a peanut butter sauce or something, I really like that. But I don't really like it with sweet stuff. That's very true. It'd be a breeze and it'd be the cheapest meal in the world. Oh dear. Yeah, but see, like the Reese's like peanut butter and chocolate, I just think that's awful. I just can't. It's just not my cup of tea at all. I'd much rather have like a kind of soy sauce peanut butter dip. I made her move. Yeah, really treat her. Hopefully it is just because that's what she likes and she's stuck with it, and not that that's like all she feels she can eat because everything else hurts. Because that's no fun. Oh dear. Yeah, so I'm just going to chop up this as finely as possible, and then I'm going to kind of marinate it, almost kind of pickle it. So just with a little bit of vinegar, a little bit of salt and a little bit of sugar, and kind of smash it a bit to kind of break up the cabbage a wee bit. And then leave that to the side, and then we'll do the jackfruit and then put it all together. And fingers crossed the tortillas work. Even better. That's a very straightforward Valentine's dinner. So you could go all out and get the good stuff then. Oh, I feel like I've inhaled pepper or something, but I've not actually used pepper for anything. Maybe I'm just allergic. I'm allergic to cabbage, that'd be new. Getting there with the cabbage. And also my hands are going a bit purple, which is always good. Oh, I really need to sneeze. Oh, and it's about that time where I now have 2 audience members sitting watching me, waiting for their dinner. Pepper used to be at... Oh, really? Is that another Google fact? Popcorn? Is that true? If that's true, that's bizarre. Yeah, from this morning. You must have got a good memory to be remembering all these random facts. Yeah. Yeah, no thank you. Oh well. I will be with you in a second. Hold on. Yeah, like just hold on while I just fill out this form really quickly. I hope that worked, I'm not sure. Murphy Camera Riot. See, right, hang on. You were about 3 minutes too late. How terrific. He's in his bed. But don't worry, if I'm still on in half an hour, he'll be back because he knows that at 6 o'clock he gets his dinner. So he'll be back, don't worry. Is that the start of a riot? Oh, terrific. Once I've done the cabbage, I'll feed them, and then they'll come and say hello, and you can see both of them. That's more than enough cabbage now anyway. It always looks like such a small amount when you chop like a chunk off it. And then you start chopping it up and you're like, God, that's a lot of cabbage. Okay. So vinegar, salt, and sugar. And for this, it's just good. What are those wee symbols? I like them. About a tablespoon of vinegar, a pinch of salt, and a pinch of sugar. That's all I got. I do like them though, they're good. I had wondered if, because I've got 2 more remotes that I need to make, I had wondered if I make a Murphy and Isla one, since they have they've featured in the streams a couple of times. And I feel like that would sell it to you, Hojerific, purely for that. It's like a fancy coleslaw, kind of. So I do make a nice coleslaw, if I do say so myself. But normally I would do this with the cabbage and then add carrot, red onion, so grated carrot, thinly sliced red onion, and then add some mayo and yogurt, and then a little bit of herbs, mixed herbs or something. But for this, I'm just going to do the cabbage. So yeah, so it's just red cabbage, a tablespoon, I would say, of vinegar, a pinch of salt, pinch of sugar, and then if you bash it up, because cabbage can be quite difficult to digest, and things like sauerkraut is actually a lot easier to digest because it's been fermented. So this is almost like a really quick way of like kind of almost partially fermenting. So it just helps break up the cabbage a wee bit, and it's not quite as intense and like crunchy. So I prefer it this way, but you could just chop it up and put it straight in as it is. Don't you start as well, Hojerific. No mayo today. Nothing, to just the cabbage. That's why I'm only doing cabbage now. I'm never going to make coleslaw ever again. Oh, thank you very much for your follow, Chris. That is much appreciated. And it's lovely to have you here. Right, I think that'll about do. I would sometimes do this with my hands because it's quite good just to like almost punch it. It's like a kind of form of stress relief, anger management. But if I do that, it tends to be with like the white cabbage, because if I do it with the red cabbage, my hands will be purple by the end of it. So, and nobody needs that. So, and you can actually feel it. It feels softer now. So I think that'll do. Oh, yeah, we're getting visitors again, I think, Hojerific, so you'll be happy to hear that. Right, so that's what that looks like. So that looks quite nice now. So that's just a wee extra to have with the salsas that we've made. Pop this stuff out the road and then we can make our, what's it called, jackfruit. Okay, let me get this stuff out of the road, because once I've done the jackfruit, we'll then throw cabbage about the kitchen. Once I've done the jackfruit, I'll then grab everything together and start putting it all together. You know what they do, yeah. Yeah, Isla's sitting watching me now. She's like, anytime you like. They're so funny. It's as if they've got like an internal clock somehow. And then it's the same in the evening as well. They know that they get their little dreamies just before bed, so about 10, 11 o'clock, they start looking for their dreamies. Right, I don't need my knife anymore. Okay, so let's just I'll give this pan a quick wipe out and we'll just use that because it was just for the tortillas. And it's a good size. Oh, you've never seen Isla, right? I'll call her over because she's just sitting looking at me. Come here. Isla. She's not enjoying. I've got like cameras and lights set up and she does not enjoy it. Right, hang on. I didn't realise it would get to the stage where I would actually have to feed my cats on stream, and that would be like a thing. Come here. Come here. Can we see her? There she is. Hello. She knows I'm tricking her. She's not happy. There's the other one. Oh, lovely. So that's Isla. And that's Murphy. Can you see him? And they're just gonna sit and wait for their dinner. Oh, aren't they nice? Yeah. Oh, Jerrific, I hope you actually saw that. Yeah, they've got wee white paws. So Murphy's black and white. Isla's more grey. She's almost got like kind of tiger print fur. And all of their wee paws are white. So now I'm going to have to feed them very quickly. She's pretty, she is. She's a very pretty cat. She's a little nuisance, but she's very pretty. So cute. It's turned into a cat stream. Although I'm not really surprised because I'm definitely a crazy cat lady. So it's okay. She's not impressed, no. She's not often impressed. And she's definitely got a bit of a kind of resting bitch face. But she's fine. She'll be happy when she gets her dinner. Oh, you can see me doing the dinner, that's nice. Yeah, because I couldn't not feed them now that I've called them over, tricked them, and then be like, no, I'll come back in 20 minutes. I would not be in the good books. There we go. Okay, so at least the cats are sorted now. So if no one else gets a nice dinner, then Georgia food streams. Oh, no, it's ridiculous. It definitely seems to be a thing. Like, I think maybe in the application, like you're only actually allowed to become a food streamer if you have cats. And if you don't have any, you have to buy some before you're allowed to stream. Because it is a bit, yeah, it's definitely a thing, which I think is nice because, as I said, I'm very much a crazy cat lady. No, you cannot bamboozle any cats. Yeah, and I don't want to see that revenge. Like, no. I mean, I'm a lot bigger than they are, but I'm still scared of them. Right, so now we can move on and finish off our jackfruit. Cat clip denied? How do you mean denied? Denied by who? Oh. Huh? I'm confused. What's going on? What are you trying to do, Popcorn? Ah. Oh, yeah. I've had to ban links because in one of my very first streams I got sent a link and it was a legit link, but it broke my stream completely. I'm not quite sure what happened, but everything stopped working. Oh, nice. I'll have a wee look. It'll be saved on my channel, so I'll have a wee look there. Thank you for that, Popcorn. Cool. Thank you very much, Mr. Clipmaster. Right, so I'm just going to finely chop up some onion, a little bit of garlic, and then we'll use that to fry the jackfruit in. I'll add the jackfruit and then we'll add our barbecue sauce, and that'll be that for that part of the dish. And then we can see what we can manage to do with our taco shells, tortillas, whatever you want to call it, pizza bases, whatever you want to call them. That's good. I've now got 2 happy cats, so. Two happy cats and then we'll be back outside again. Yeah, too much gluten in that link. Get it away. That would be quite funny. I should maybe put a little command on. That was not gluten free. Please leave. No, don't leave. I'm kidding on. What have I done with my garlic presser? Am I being really blind? I can't see it. Oh, there it is. Oops. Yeah, they're now both outside, away to sit in the wind. In the garden. Okay. Edible frisbee, yeah. So what did we say? Tacos, tortillas, nachos, pizza bases, or edible frisbees. They're multifunctional. I like it. I like it. I'll have a look at that in a wee minute. Okay, that's hot enough. So I'll switch the camera over in a wee second and I can show you the... Every time I go to say it, I'm like, what's it called again? Jackfruit frying. There we go. Okay, so I've just done about half an onion. Try and not splash myself with oil. So half an onion and a garlic clove. I've opened the window. See, this is where I feel most at home. See, the whole like gluten-free baking and stuff, it's great when it works, but there's just something nice about having a pan and just throwing stuff in it. It speaks to me a lot more than the whole, let's make a dough, let's shape things. Right, and I don't think we need to cook this for very long. So, and it's been, so that's our jackfruit, and it's been sort of marinating in paprika, smoked paprika, chili powder, and ground coriander. We're just going to add that to our onions and garlic. And then fry it off a wee bit, and then I'll add the barbecue sauce. So I mean, I would say, especially from a distance, that looks quite like meat. No worries, Hodgerific. I hope you get something nice. So I would say, yeah, it looks quite like meat. It smells nice. But I mean, the jackfruit itself doesn't smell of a lot. It is mainly just the paprika, the smoked paprika, and the garlic, I think, that I'm smelling. But it smells good. So let me just think. I've got our salsas, I've got our cabbage. Oh, and then a bit of yogurt for the top. So you could use sour cream when you're putting it all together. Obviously, because this is vegan, I don't know if I've actually ever seen a vegan sour cream. But for things like that, I tend to just use vegan yogurt. I think it actually tastes quite nice. Right, so I'm going to pat that out a bit and try and get a wee bit of colour on it. But yeah, I'm just checking the picture to see, but I would say that looks like meat. And yeah, I don't think, I should maybe Google it. I don't think that you need to cook this for very long. I don't actually think I even have any. It's funny though, because I think with some, like with these kind of things, if you flavour it well, I actually don't think you need it. Oh, right, so Chris, what was it, 2 weeks ago? I think 2 weeks ago, I made some fake bacon, which was really, really nice. And even as a non-vegan, like, I mean, the texture of it wasn't the same, because, so basically it was rice paper, which you coated in a sauce of smoked paprika, maple syrup, soy sauce, and nutritional yeast, popped it in the oven for like 3 to 5 minutes until it went crispy, and then you could like crunch it up and have like bacon bits, or I did like a BLT with it. And to me, if I have bacon, the best part of the bacon is if it's really crispy and like the crispy fat on it, and that's exactly what all of this bacon tasted like. So it's like, that is a revelation. Plus, it's vegan, which is good, and it's so easy to make, and it still gives you that like I think it would still be good even if you're a bit hungover or something. I still think it would be a good thing to kind of help you through that. Right, I think that'll do. And then I'm gonna add just some barbecue sauce, so just whatever barbecue sauce you've got. Homemade is obviously best. At some point I would like to try making homemade barbecue sauce. But that's not happening today. I've taken so long to make the tortillas. Maybe a little bit more. So I would say that looks quite similar to a kind of pulled pork type scenario. Can't we? That sounds horrific, popcorn. But yeah, I suppose then, so would that be vegan then if it's grown in labs? Like if there's no actual meat involved? And it's delicious. It does indeed. So there we go. I think that looks pretty good. So I'm going to pop that into a bowl. Because yeah, I think that's cooked through enough. I don't think jackfruit is something that you can overcook. I think it'll just fall apart more. Oh, so would they like clone meat almost? Right, let's cut off, yes. So I would say, like, I think if you gave me that and said that's pulled pork, I don't think I would question you. This is taking a very strange turn. And it's not helping, like, you're actually putting me off my dinner. I'll get rid of that. What's going on there? Yeah. Okay, so that's off. So now we can start putting everything together. So just tidy up this so that I've got space to bring it all over. And then we can see what the deal is with our tortillas. So we've got, it seems like a really long time ago, but we made these two salsas. So we've got one with mango and one without, because we couldn't quite decide whether that was a really good idea or a really bad idea. So we did both. So we've got a little selection there. Then we've got our cabbage, which is nice and colourful. So if nothing else, these are going to be very, very colourful taco, pizza, frisbee things. You can picture a scientist going out and buying a street. I'm just going to leave you to it. Right, let's have a look and see how our tortillas are looking. I'm slightly concerned, I'm not gonna lie. Right, I mean, I think they look better than I was expecting. So I wanted to keep a couple to make pizza. It's like accidental. Yeah, no, Chris, I've had to ban links because someone put a link in and it mucked up my whole stream. Yeah, so if you could do that, that would be great, thank you. Thank you, Jennifer. Cheers. I feel like I've earned that. Right. So, now we've got, just fixing my apron, it's kind of moved and it's annoying me. Okay, so I'm going to keep two of these. I mean, they all feel like they'd be good pizza bases now. Can you hear that? Right, so we've got 2 tortilla pizzas. Leave them to the side. I think, no, I'm really tempted to use the first one because it's by far, yeah, let's just go with this one. Oh, right, hang on. I almost completely forgot. But can I just say, what a genius thing this is, right? So this is a Christmas present that I got, or was it a birth? No, it must have been Christmas. Christmas present that I got from a friend. They're taco holders. Is that not the best thing you've ever seen? So, like, normally, obviously, you would do it with the hard tacos, but look, you just sit it in. Is that not the coolest thing you've ever seen? I was so impressed. So you can sit it there, fill it up, put all your bits and pieces in, take it out, voila. So impressed. I mean, I'm easily pleased, but I was so impressed by that. I feel like we might be better stuffing a smaller one though, because that one's huge actually, now I'm looking at it. So, what I'm gonna do is, thank you popcorn. It's not just me that's like, look, this is amazing. I need a little plate. This one. Let's see if this works. It worked the last time. So I'm gonna put a smaller one on a plate with a little dish of water to try and use the steam to kind of make the tortilla flexible again. So let's see if this works. Because I'd rather use a smaller one, especially for pictures. I almost had the thought to put that in the microwave with it to keep its shape, but then I thought it's plastic, it'll melt. No, we don't need that today. It's not really working. That definitely worked better the last time I did that. I'm just concerned it's just going to break. Tortilla benders, yes, exactly. Oh, that's hot. That's really, really hot. Well, I mean, yeah, that's not too bad. Let's go with that. I have seen better tacos in my life, but let's go with that. So that looks like a pretty good little taco, I would say. Right, so I'm just gonna fill it with all the different bits and pieces. So let's start with some cabbage. And obviously, if you were to make these, you could just pick whatever fillings you want for it. I really like guacamole and stuff like this. I only realised as I was already streaming that I didn't have any avocado. But I've got the salsa, so that'll be nice. And I'm intrigued to see how it all tastes with that. That's enough of that. Do it that way you can see it better. You'll end up on the floor, popcorn. I'm not sure that would be healthy. I mean, it's entirely up to yourself if you want to, but I'm just gonna warn you now that it might be dangerous. And that's the thing, that I think there could be some kind of like copper bingo, because there are obviously things that I say all the time that I don't realise. But it's all good fun, it's absolutely fine. I have never made jerk chicken, Chris. I'm trying to think if I've ever actually had jerk chicken. No, I have. I've had it once. Jerk chicken with pineapple salsa, actually. And it was really, really nice. Is it quite easy to make? I'm now really, really trying not to say the word bits. Right, for the picture, I'm going to take the mango one. Ooh, I just tried a bit of the, I'm going to try a proper bit. I just tried a bit of the pulled pork. That's nice. It's still a bit more, it's maybe a little bit more solid. I mean, some parts, obviously some parts are more pulled than others. It's maybe a little bit more solid than pulled pork. So you think to made your chicken tang. Oh, that sounds nice. I suppose this isn't too far away, because it's kind of mango salsa. It's a bit of a strange salsa, but I would say it looks quite nice now. See, this is the problem. You get so far with a taco and then it all just starts falling out. I'm going to take some bits of this because I feel like I need more green. Okay, I am quite pleased now. I didn't think this was going to look anywhere near as nice as this. I hope that's not what it reminds you of then every time I say it, because that's not helpful. That looks pretty good though. Where's my little... Let's try and make it look nice so I can take some pictures. So yeah, so that's our homemade jackfruit taco with cabbage and then I don't even know what you call that now, a mango tomato corn slaw, which tastes nicer than I was expecting. It would be interesting also to see how it works with tomatillo, if you actually have proper tomatillos and it's not just unripe green tomatoes. I'm going to try and cover a little hot sauce. See, I am not a hot sauce fan at all. I am not good with spice with the IBS anyway, so I try, like, I don't mind things that are a little bit spicy, but I can't stand things that are spicy just for the sake of it, that don't actually then taste of anything. And I can find I can only have a little bit before I feel unwell. So my thing is normally I would put a little bit sriracha. I can't stand sriracha. I know it's quite controversial because everybody seems to like sriracha. In fact, I don't want this on it. Everyone seems to like it, and it is gluten free, but there's just, I don't know what it is, there's just something about it. I think it's the smell of it. The smell puts me off, and I'm not sure what the problem is with the smell of it, but I really, really don't like it. I had it recently in, I made like a kind of creamy sriracha mayo-y sauce, and it was okay in that because there was so little of the sriracha actually in it that you couldn't really taste it, so I could eat that, but apart from that I'd rather not. And if I add sauce to things, I'd prefer to add like mayo or yogurt or something like that instead, but the spicy sauce is not for me. But everybody, I think I'm the only one in the world that's like that, because everyone else is like sriracha on everything. I know, I've seen you've had a couple of them already, Popcorn, but yeah, it's quite hard to watch what you're saying when you're just talking. I'm sure there'll be more of them. So an acquired taste like root beer. I think root beer is another thing I don't think I've ever tried, because it's not actually alcoholic, is it? Although it's called beer. I'm trying to think of it. I don't think I have tried it. Is it gluten free if it's beer, or if it's beer? I'd need to Google it. I don't know. Right, I'm going to take a couple of pictures because it's all about the photos. It's like aged vanilla. Okay. Yeah, I can maybe get on board with that. Just get a few random pictures, that'll do. So we made it. We got there eventually. So that was our gluten-free tortillas or tacos, or again, whatever you want to call it, pizza bases. I'm intrigued to see how the pizza bases work, to be honest. I mean, I think I can imagine them to work quite well. They're quite hard, but I think if you did the whole steam bit just for like half a minute and then put toppings on it, because obviously the toppings will then also help to kind of calm it down, like to calm the crunchiness down. But I think they would be really nice, proper thin crispy pizza bases. So I'm gonna try that. When I try it, I'll take pictures and I'll put them on both my Discord and my Instagram. Oh, thank you, Popcorn. That's the one that I've been working on for a long time, so I'm quite pleased with my photos on there now. And I do enjoy taking food photos, but I think when you're streaming, like by the end of it, you're like, I just want to eat it. I'm really struggling to take nice photos because all I want to do is eat it because it's taking me so long to make it. Yes, so that was tostadas. Is that the one where it's like stacked? It's almost like kind of pancakes and then you put stuff in the middle? Because I have a few, so I can make a few different things with them. And then I'll take pictures, put them on the Discord, put them on my Instagram so you can see them all. I'll pop the recipe for the tortillas on my Discord as well. I'll also, I think that'll be one that I'll try and work on and see if I can come up with a better recipe for it. So look out for that. It might not be anytime soon, but I will work on it. Yes, so I think it's about time for me to raid someone. I do hope you enjoyed the stream today. It was lovely to have you all again here. Like a pizza. I'll need to look into that. That sounds pretty good, because I think that's probably similar to what I was kind of thinking that I would do. Let me see, who is online? Yes, I think it's about time for a raid. I am gonna then go and eat my dinner because after all that cooking, I'm getting quite hungry now. So, and I've still got a bit of work to do to make this actually like a meal. Right, who have we got? I'll try and find somebody who's doing cooking, because that's always good fun. Is there anybody on? I don't seem to be very many cooking people on. Let's have a quick look. So yeah, so we'll go and raid someone. We'll find someone to raid. Thank you again for being here. I hope you enjoyed. And I will stream again on Tuesday at 4 o'clock UK time. So whatever that is, your time. I hope to see you all again then. I can't find anyone that's actually streaming. Oh, there's somebody. Vegan, vegetarian meal prep. That sounds interesting. Shall we head over there and say hello? Because I think apart from that, I don't think anybody else is on. That's weird. There's normally always somebody on. There's a lot of Korean cooking, German cooking. If anyone has any suggestions, do let me know. Yeah, no, let's go over this way. Oh, excuse me. Oh, okay, Dana TV. Wonder if that was the one I was looking at. Let's see. Right, let's go over there. It's playing an ad, so I can't actually see what she's doing. But yeah, she looks good. So let's go and raid Dana. So yes, I hope that you have all enjoyed. I hope that you all have a nice rest of Sunday. And a good start to the week next week. And yes, everything will be on pictures and everything will be on the Discord. Yeah, that looks good. Okay. Yes. I'm losing it now. Thank you all for being here. I've had a lovely time. I hope you have too. And I hope we'll see you all again on Tuesday. So we're gonna raid now. Let's raid. Are we ready? Are we ready? Let's go. Come on. Okay, we're going, it's working. Okay, thanks everyone for watching. Bye.